This is what it looks like.
Who is designing?
Morning, Akish and Ryan. Would one of you be able to test your mic for me, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. All right, good morning, everyone. We will start our day with a karakia, please, and then we'll get into it.
Atamari, good morning, everyone. As the list of any that comes down to greet us. Lovely morning. They need to be here to go with the halfway, members of the community will be placing their topics of interest in it. For the council, the money coming here to go. And the money property, and I'll pay Tony, and I'll pay halfway, and I'll pay money to the year to go. If that's your Kahanawa, the name after the Pocapeta, to care for any of the done, just tell my dog when I become to the week, the amount of authority to go to the but you don't read the farm, and none of the to be off the top of the out there. It's a home of 50 running chair from one way to go home a coming. Era mate wahi datu poketa oki. Era rana tira ideira, moi koutou katoa, toku I tātu, moi. Koutou hui tahi nei tēnia, tēnei te whare o te kiri, tēnei nei koutou. Nā koutou, tēnā koutou. Good morning, everyone. We have some great discussions about beautiful Sydney and what goes on. We wish you all the best.
Thank you, Tame. Thank you for that lovely opening to our meeting today. And thank you first straight up to all the submitters that are here with us today or are not here with us today, but took the time to submit to us. We really do appreciate everyone who has taken a moment to send up their thoughts to us, so that we can reflect them in the decisions that we will make, not today, but later, soon. And a special thanks to those who have taken time out of their busy days to come and speak with us directly. We will be going through the list as it is shown, and there will be no real time for debating because that comes in the next meeting. This is a time to make sure that you understand the public's submitters' view. Potentially, but we've got running a very tight schedule. There may be a chance for, there's no chance for questions at all, is there today? Questions for clarity, but we're on a tight schedule. So it really must be a straightforward question. Can you explain what that means without getting into any of the political stuff, which will come in due course and be full and wholesome debate, I am absolutely certain. So thank you. We do have some apologies. I have a couple of apologies for lateness with Councillor Wilson and Councillor Donovan. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Tuariki are not available. Both of them have some family matters to attend to. Actually, we wish them both the very best today. And partial apologies for Councillor Huaki, who going to duck out at from 12 o'clock for another appointment. So with that said, and I think we have everyone else online, I can see most people, I think, then I'll move that the apologies be accepted, seconded by Councillor Van Oosten. All in favour? Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda that it is as advertised. Also move. Councillor Taylor seconds. All in favour say aye. And then are there any declarations of interest? Oh, it's not required for this one because we're just in a listening. No, don't need to vote on that one. Public forum, we don't need to vote on this one because it's entirely or most of a public forum. Confirmation of the council's open minutes of 23rd of March. Also move. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Taylor, all in favour? Carried. Right, we're now looking at item 6. We're going to invite James to make a few comments at the beginning of the meeting to set the scene around the submissions that we have received, and then we'll go into the first person that's with us today. Thanks. Good morning, James.
Good morning. Kia ora koutou, ko James Clark takuinga. I just want to take a few minutes to talk about the process for today and the next few weeks before summarising the consultation responses and then hearing from our submitters. As ever, I'm conscious that lots of you will have been through this many times before, but for 6 of you, this is the first time. Because we've got submitters waiting to speak, I've agreed with Mayor Paula, I won't take any questions now unless there's anything absolutely burning, but you'll have opportunity through the day to ask questions, both of the submitters and of staff, and if there's anything we can't answer you on the spot today, we'll get back to you before the 1st of June deliberations meeting. So where are we in the process? In March, you agreed the draft annual plan budget and to consult the community on it. We've now received 1,841 responses to the consultation, which is a large number for an annual plan, driven largely, we believe, due to the interest in the gardens. And as I'm sure you've been doing, you can view all of the responses on Have Your Say via the link on page 19 of Diligent. Today you'll hear from around 25 submitters who've asked to speak to you in person. And in addition to those 25 people, we'll also be hearing from the Hamilton Arts Trust following the motion at last week's Economic Development Committee to bring the Boone Street discussion into the annual plan process. Submitters will get 5 minutes with their individuals or 10 minutes for an organisation, and that includes time for questions. So we encourage them to sort of finish up a little bit early, and there'll be a bell rung when there's 1 minute of each submission time left. The next step after today is the deliberations meeting 2 weeks today. And then that's where you'll have to make final decisions really on the annual plan. There's a further sort of formal meeting a few weeks after that to formally sign off the annual plan and adopt it. But by that point, we're sort of timed out of making substantive changes to it. A couple of reminders just to finish. The first thing is that the consultation isn't a referendum. So although we'll give you the sort of percentages that answer each question each way, you're not bound to go with a sort of majority opinion on anything. Indeed, the legislation talks about sort of giving consideration to the sort of the views and preferences of persons likely to be affected by or have interest in the issues being raised. And you're encouraged to consider the full flavour of the comments, not just the yes or no. And also, although we're hearing from 25 submitters today, and it's great that we're hearing from them, that they only actually represent around 1% of the total submitters. So it's important not to lose sight of that wider body of feedback, which you can only get through reading all of the submissions or our summary report in Diligent. Okay, all of that said, moving on to the actual sort of summary of the consultation responses. So question 1 was around the overall budget. And 41% of people supported that in full. 27% of people supported it partly with some suggestions, and a further 20% oppose it. And there were some really interesting comments to sit underneath that. Concerns around cost of living pressures were figured highly for everyone. So that's people who supported it or opposed it. Cost of living was sort of front and centre of their thinking. Lots of calls to keep rates as low as possible. And some calls as well to reduce spending more than we're currently proposing, but they were generally general comments rather than specific proposals, just a general wish to reduce spending. Question 2 was around the gardens, as you'll be aware, and just over 50% of people oppose the proposal as it currently stands. 13% support it and 28% support it in part with suggestions. Again, lots of comments on this, some people calling for the entry fee to be lower, some concerned about the impact that this will have on tourism for Hamilton as a whole, and others, particularly people from Waipato and Waikato, concerned about the impact it would have on those people just outside the boundary. Question 3 was around the delaying the Lido pool, and that was well supported by responses. Delaying the Lido pool covering, I should say. 69% of respondents supported that, with general comments that it seems unnecessary, not priority, not urgent. But conversely, others saying the opposite of that. And finally, there was an opportunity to provide general comments. There were quite a few comments on traffic calming measures and things seen as unnecessary spending by council. That is a quick whistle-stop tour. We can answer more questions in due course, particularly at the 1st of June deliberations meeting. But hopefully that just sets the scene. And very finally, as well as thanking all of the community for engaging with the consultation, which has given us a really rich sort of body of sort of material to work with, I should also just thank my team, who've sort of trawled through 1,841 responses, which isn't an easy task. So Tegan in particular, who's sitting over there, and Piper, who is watching on Zoom. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, James. Thank you. That was a very well-rounded summary, and we'll get into the questions a bit later on. Just note, councillors, that some of the things that get submitted upon for the annual plan might more logically fit with our discussions for the long-term plan, where we start to prioritise the bigger picture of our work. So everything that is said twice a minute today is useful, but we will determine whether it's a matter for this immediate decision or for the more broad discussion on activities of council under the long-term plan. So thank you, James. So we start with our submitters, and Axel Beck is up first from the Waikato Housing Initiative. Good morning again. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
And everybody's okay finding the submission on the link? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Paula, and good morning, elected members, staff, and other members of the public. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'll take my submission as read, and wish you well for these deliberations to come, because you do need the wisdom of Solomon, I guess, to work through what will actually, in the face of escalating costs of living that's hurting our communities, have to also work through what are the things that are still important and council must provide for those communities to thrive. And housing is obviously my core area of interest, and housing affordability within the city is another issue that is at a crisis point, as you well know. And I thank you. This council in particular has been very overt, very explicit in its desire to do something to actually have an effect in this area. And that's really commendable, and I thank you for that. An intervention is required. I note with interest that when we did our regional stocktake in 2018, the housing stocktake, 4,000 dwellings were the shortfall at that time. Since then, of course, you've had record levels of infill and consenting, and more stock come to the market. So that must be great news for affordable housing, right? Except it isn't, because that's market housing, market priced rentals, market priced housing, and it hasn't actually made a dent in affordable housing at all. So in terms of facts and data, I'd submit to you that in 2018, MSD's waitlist for Hamilton was 555. That's in 2018 when we did that stocktake. Today, that waitlist, so that's people who are qualified but waiting, is 1,677 as of the 31st of March this year. So whilst more houses, more stock is available, there is no more affordable stock. In fact, we're going backwards. So I congratulate you for recognising that and the fact that it requires intervention, because left to its own, the free market isn't answering it. It requires intervention from council. So what does that mean? Well, it means you need to work out what to do. You will actually need to get plans and actions that will make a meaningful difference. Things like the plan changes that you've had come through. Plan change 12 is currently running through the process. 15 is just closed yesterday. You've done your hugs under, the hugs strategy has been adopted and so on. With boundary changes, so greenfield development may be increasingly part of what you look for in this next period. That requires long and detailed conversations with neighbouring councils, a lot of conversations with developers to actually make sure that affordability gets built in or baked in to those new developments to come. And that takes staff. That takes staffing resource. So I'm here today to, whilst I acknowledge that something has to be cut and staffing is a big cost for council, clearly, everything has to be looked at. But in this area in particular, I'm here to go into bat, if you like, for the resource that's required at the staffing level to actually make a meaningful difference in affordable housing. This is the time, with the will of this council clearly expressed and the need in our community clearly demonstrated, this is the time to go faster. And I sat here at the back at the last strategic growth committee meeting chaired by Councillor Ryan, and there was significant questioning saying, can we go faster? And General Manager Bocott over there said, well, not with the budget that we've got. In order to go faster, it takes more staff. So I guess I'm here speaking specifically to the staffing cut that's proposed of 500,000 or so. And I'm suggesting that be looked at. Again, I realise that's across the organisation, not just in this area in particular. But I suggest that that staff actually is to a large extent part of the fuel in the tank that makes this council go faster. And there are other elements that I would urge you to look at. I've suggested one, but that was just to be helpful. I urge you to look at that staffing number in particular to make sure that you don't cut yourself short of the brains trust that sits behind this council to put your will into effect. That's effectively it. I think the rest of it speaks for itself. So I'm happy to take questions for the remainder of the time, Mayor Paula, if that's suitable.
Few moments. I do have a quick question myself. You've referred to staff cuts, and I'm just unaware of any particular staff cuts in the housing team. Having said that, and I get what you're saying about resource, where do you see those staff working? Backdrop to that is housing is a multi-community, multi-partner issue. What do we need the staff to be doing that is not happening right now?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and I think the key issue for me here is that there are some new tools and new levers that council can pull and is willing to look at. For example, inclusionary zoning is a very clear example that's come out of Plan Change 12. It's been ruled out of scope, so it now has to be dealt with in another way. It's been recognised, I think, by this council as a useful tool. It was in the UDAL report. But how does that come back? How does that come back to you as elected members to actually say, yes, we want to adopt it and we want to see it working in this way? The Lands Trust is another area that will need some looking at to make sure it's a regionally appropriate vehicle so that it can pick up on rentals as well, for example, build to rent models rather than just ownership. The Nightingale model is still looking for somewhere to be implemented. There may be obstacles there in terms of planning rules or other consenting issues that need to be addressed. So it's those specifics. I have submitted a list of about 3 pages of actions that have informed the UDAL report, I hope, and there's more work to come there, but that's where I see staff working.
Thank you. Councillor Case-Cox.
Kia ora, Axel. Thank you. Thank you for your good work. Just, I guess I'm curious as to what you would hope to see the outcomes being of the work that the staff may be directed to with that resourcing that you're hoping for. So, yeah, some of the outcomes.
Well, the ultimate outcome, and Mayor Paula referred to this in that previous strategic growth meeting, the outcome is actually more houses, more dwellings being available. We do have some work to do to rethink what to move to more of a secure tenure model, I think. So we don't think necessarily of a quarter-acre section with a white picket fence and a lemon tree as being the only version of what a secure home is. Secure tenure is actually probably a more achievable aim, but to actually see an increase in the number of affordable homes that are available in this area, and you can count them, right? I mean, this is something we can count. We can look at the MSD waitlist. We can look at the transitional housing use on Ulster Street. You know, that's not going to change unless people have got somewhere to go. So that's the ultimate measure, is actually things like those measures starting to drop. The affordability, that's a future-proof KPI actually, that the multiplier of medium household income required to buy a house dropping. It should be at about 3. That's what the United Nations suggests as best practice. Currently in the city, it's about 6 point something.
Just two very quick questions, and then I have to call it to an end. Councillor Bidder. Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Axel, what is your definition for affordable housing?
Yep. So we've got a bit of a North Pole and a South Pole in terms of what's being used locally. Our desired definition is the UN definition. So that is 30% of gross medium household income to purchase, or no more than 30% of household earnings going towards housing related costs. That's my definition, and that's a WHI's preferred definition. Within this marketplace though, KO have a different definition, and developers will talk about affordable product, meaning a 10% or so discount to market rate. So that's about 700 and something for a house to buy in Hamilton, when 300 and something is the UN definition number, 340 odd, I think. So there's a range there, and I'd love for us to settle on a regional definition, but at the moment we're at that. Yep.
Thanks, Axel, for coming in and your submission today. Many of us share your passion for finding an affordable rate for housing and the numbers needed. Your submission, though, talks specifically about the reduction in the out-of-boundary resource that would be needed to explore moving that land over into Waikato, into Hamilton. And I'm acknowledge that, but that if we are to return that to the budget, we are in potentially a worse position financially. What kind of suggestions do you have that might be able to help us with that part of the equation?
So the cost of moving additional land into...
Well, no, I think the cost of adding that $250,000 budget line back into our annual plan.
Well, I did suggest in my submission that, for example, a reduction in the level of maintenance was another line item that was costed, and the savings suggested, or the figures given in the annual plan, consultation document suggested that moving from 12 months as proposed to 14 months would actually fully fund the amount required for my submission. So that's... I realise you can't kick a can down the road forever, but the difference in deferring maintenance, or in fact, it's not deferred maintenance, it was a lower level of maintenance, to do that for 14 months as opposed to 12 months, I dare say no one would notice any difference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in today. I'm sure our housing conversations will continue. Absolutely. Thank you. And now I invite Hamilton Gardens Development Trust to the table.
Mayor Paula, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. For those who don't know me, I'm John Dobson. I'm the chairman of the Hamilton Gardens Development Trust. That trust has been around since 2008, and it was set up to initiate, plan, guide and construct planned public gardens at the Hamilton Gardens for the betterment of the Hamilton community, and establish the Hamilton Gardens as a cultural attraction for the region. And I have to say, we've been very successful to date. Not the trust, I think Hamilton City itself has done a wonderful job. We've got a wonderful asset. The trust has two key roles. Firstly, ensuring the completion of the development of the gardens. And secondly, we spearhead the community's involvement in funding the development in partnership with council. And there's been a slight change in that role in recent times with the introduction of momentum into the funding puzzle. And I think that's going to be very successful. What voluntary organisations lack is time and people. And we've now got a dedicated professional firm, people behind us. So our trust has been active in partnership with council, raising over $1 million for the development of gardens over the years. And we look forward to that partnership continuing in future. Now, I don't envy you people around this table, the ones that have to make final decisions. It is tough out there, and any talk of introducing a charge is going to be received with some intrepidation. And obviously from the numbers of the responses, that is the case. I think it's a little bit unfortunate, though, that there may be some misunderstanding about what the charge is going to be. Yes, it's going to be an average charge, but there will be concessions in and around that. And it may be we charge Australians a little bit more than Americans, and we might charge some of our neighbours on the boundary a lot less. So that has to be worked through, and I think that's a separate exercise. But our trust fully supports the increase in the entry fee. I think $10 was always too low. That $10 came about by accident, I think, of memory. We had a $10 differential rate, which was working for some time to help fund the gardens. And $20 for non-Hamiltonian residents over the age of 16 is reasonable on an average. We've got one main proviso. We don't want to see this money fixing the sewage or cleaning the roads. We want this money going into maintaining the gardens. The gardens, I believe, and I'm there a lot, are suffering from its own success story. There's too many people. It's incredible, absolutely incredible, the number of people going through there. So the higher fee will provide flexibility for concessions to certain categories of visitors. With the $10 amount, you've got not a lot of flexibility. And I'll just reiterate again, it'll hopefully put a brake on the increased visitors numbers and the wear and tear that the garden's facing at the moment. And look, this is the only garden of this quality in the world where you don't pay. I've been to many gardens around the world and paid dearly and was quite happy. And I still can't understand why we pay for the zoo, we don't pay for the gardens. If someone can explain to me why, I'd like to know. So the gardens did benefit from that targeted rate, but that's been taken off. But we are also wondering whether or not residents should be paying something as well. At the end of the day, there's three choices. One is, well, there's two choices. One is put the rates up. The second is to let the gardens degrade. And that would be unfortunate, and not complete any more development. There's another 14 wonderful themed gardens that, when completed, will make this a really great experience something to really stay in Hamilton overnight for. So maybe we should be talking about a very minor charge for residents as well. And that's all I've got to say, except that thank you, Council, for supporting the developments of the gardens. The development is in the long-term plan. We've now got a management plan that's been approved, and I think we have to work in partnership to get them completed. I'd like to see them completed while Peter Circles is still alive. They're a real gem. Last little comment. My wife was speaking to someone from Wellington and asked, have you been to the gardens? Yes. Aren't they absolutely wonderful? Why the hell aren't they in Wellington? Questions?
Thank you, John. Appreciate everything that all members of the Trust and other organisations associated with raising funding for the garden. We do sincerely appreciate that, because that could not have been achieved without you all. So just
we've got a good group of people, and behind me is Virginia Graham, that you'll all know for her involvement in the Friends. She's been a big supporter of the Friends. They've done wonderful things for the gardens.
Absolutely. I agree. Thank you. We have a couple of questions. First of all, Councillor Hart, you went. Okay, cool. Councillor, I've got Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Paula. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your submission, John. Just a question for you, and I appreciate you've articulated it quite well. Do you think that our messaging could have been better around the nuance of when we say charging for the gardens, people assume it's the whole thing, as opposed to, you know, a very bespoke, specialised aspect of it only?
Oh, look, I think it's very hard to get the messaging right on all these things when they're so emotive. I don't think you did a bad job at all myself. There've been a lot of people against a charge. They've had free entry to these gardens for years, and I don't think it would have mattered what you had said myself.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. John, thanks for this, and thanks for everything you do, and good submission. The suggestion you make about, you know, gardens around the world, you know, they charge. There is a difference there, is there not, though, that in terms of the sheer volume of people, and, you know, in a place like London or these other places, there's a huge volume of people, isn't there, compared to Hamilton?
Oh, yes, but there's the visitor numbers in Hamilton are quite incredible for a garden of that size.
To what extent do you think we could lose visitors, particularly from the Waikato, Waipa, that sort of thing, with a $20 charge?
Well, I'm not saying that you're going to charge someone from Waipa $20. You might charge them 10. You might actually go and talk to their mayors and ask their councils to contribute to the development of the gardens, and their ratepayers would get free entry. Look, the economics of it have always been quite difficult. There's been a number of reports done. You know, the cost of collecting the charges, especially where you have very complicated concession rates, is going to be high, and that's another good reason for having a higher charge. I think time will tell. We're just going to have to wait and see. You can always back off if it doesn't work, but the numbers need to be monitored. It's just ridiculous.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That brings us on to George Neville. Welcome. I'll just pull your submission up.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hearing me this morning. I'm here, I'm vision impaired, and I'm here as a representative for the blind, low vision people of a lovely city. My pet concern is our footpathing around mainly around the suburban areas. I mean, the ones around the city itself tend to get looked after all right. I live over in Norton, which has always been considered a little bit of a lower socio-economic area, but we won't go there. But yeah, you know, my concerns really are based around a health and safety issue where a lot of trip hazards. You know, we get around with our white canes, and that tells us what's on the footpath, but it doesn't tell us what's going to lean over from somebody's property or from a tree on a council property and slap us clean in the face. And this does happen. And I've brought some photos in this morning, which I hope can be handed around. Outlines some of those just in my particular area. So please, if they do come around, have a look at those. And it's also, and particularly this time of year around autumn when there's a lot of tree, you know, a lot of foliage and stuff coming down on the footpaths, they get wet and they get slippery. I myself have fallen over, slipped on, you know, a pile of leaves that's on the ground. So yeah, that does become an issue. And I'm not only speaking for myself, I'm speaking for a lot of people here who live in various parts of the city and the outlying suburbs who face the same issue. And we feel that council is not doing much about it. We know there is provision in place for to contact the council with a concern or a complaint, but we feel that this is just basically falling on deaf ears. Speaking from my own experience, I've laid a few concerns to council and they said, yeah, we'll look into the situation. Well, I got one response and that was about 3 days after, and they said, look, we've sent somebody around to have a look and they don't see any area of concern. Well, they probably didn't even get out of their car. You know, they need to, in reality, they need to put a black stocking around their eyes and walk down the road with a white cane to see the extent of the situation. So what I'm asking is that the council puts more effort into and builds into their budget some more money to look at the maintenance and general upkeep of our footpaths and the foliage that causes a lot of issues for us. I really don't have much more to say about that, apart from those photos that have handed around. There are none there that show any of the damage to the footpaths themselves. I mean, another issue is around the area we have a lot of asphalted paving and trees on council property on the curbside where the roots are pushing up the asphalt, which becomes a trip hazard. Okay, and not only to vision impaired people, but also for our elderly who, you know, as some of you may be feeling the pinch. As we get a bit older, we tend to shuffle our feet a little bit more. So those become a trip hazard. So, yeah.
We're going to be super quick questions now, but thank you for bringing the photos because the picture speaks 1,000 words and that's very, very helpful. And you've been very clear with your submission. I will take a couple of super quick to the point questions, Councillor Hutt.
Kia ora, George, it's Louise.
Hi, Louise.
Nice to see you again. I was wondering if you wanted to just make any brief comments about the bus stops because you talk about using the bus, and I was just wondering, I know a lot of footpaths, footpath infrastructure adjacent to bus stops can be pretty important.
Yes, it can. Actually, the council is improving the bus stops with bus shelters and concrete slabs and everything around the bus stops. The general tidiness of the bus stops is a concern. I mean, we've got some very lazy, untidy people around our city who just think that bus stops are a dumping ground. Mm-hmm. I mean, as an example, I went there one day and there was a bed base and a mattress leaning up against the bus stop, you know what I mean? And just a couple of days ago, I got on waited for the bus on Wall Street and somebody dumped a couple of bags of rubbish there. You know, it's just people's pride. They don't seem to have the pride in the city as they used to, and which is a bit of a shame.
Thank you.
Kia ora, George. Just a question in your submission around the your hope to see concessions for people on low income and going to the gardens.
Yes.
Do you have anything more specific around what you'd like to see there?
No, I don't really. I think the gentleman who spoke to me before me summed it up as the money that's been generated from admission to the gardens goes to the upkeep of the gardens, and that to me and would free up more money from the ratepayers towards other projects in the city, i.e. upkeep of footpaths. You know, so
Kia ora.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming again today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, people. Thanks for listening to me. Next step, Parliament.
Indeed, why not? Absolutely, why not? I think we have Hannah Maxwell. Hi, Hannah.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name's Hannah. I'm a proud Hamiltonian. I grew up here. I went away. I've come back again to live and work. I grew up in walking distance from the gardens, and I guess that I've visited the gardens several hundred times in my lifetime. And I've come to present to you today specifically about the proposal to increase the charge for the enclosed feature gardens. As a public servant myself, I understand the difficulties of trying to operate within services within a budget that's never ever going to meet the needs of your community. And I do acknowledge that this constraint hangs over you all in your decision making. But nonetheless, I'm strongly opposed to the proposal in its current form, and hence coming to you to speak to you today. At present, I think the gardens is one of the best parts of our city. It's a beautiful public space, but most importantly, it's an accessible public space. And I'm proud to live somewhere where we have a wonderful space that is free and open to all New Zealanders, especially low-income New Zealanders who are often excluded from some of the things that we would consider to be iconic Kiwi attractions. Every time I visit the gardens, I see New Zealanders from a range of ethnicities and ages, and I think this diversity is the mark of a truly great public space. And I am concerned that we are sacrificing that in our proposal to increase that charge to access the enclosed gardens. I think we need to be realistic. For most people, $20 is a significant cost for an outing, especially in the current cost of living crisis. In other main centres in New Zealand, similar attractions, albeit not quite of the same calibre as our gardens, are free to access. By making the assumption that the average person will be able to, let alone willing to pay $20 to come into the gardens, I think this is disconnected from the reality that most of our citizens are facing at the moment. The idea of also requiring non-Hamiltonians to pay for fairness reasons, I think, is not as simple as it comes across. Coming back to the example of other cities in New Zealand, they have botanic gardens that we can access for free when we go there paying nothing. And in return, when people come to our city, I think it's reasonable that they are able to access our public spaces for free. They're paying in their own centres to upkeep similar facilities for us to visit, and we're paying in our centre for us to keep those facilities going. I think we would expect that privilege visiting other places, and we should provide that in turn to others, especially those in our neighbouring districts, the Waikato and Waipa district councils, who would consider us their local city. On this note, I would like to better understand how we propose that we will, I guess, police this policy, as you know, suburbs that we would consider to be part of our city are not in fact within the city boundaries, using things like a library card as we used in proof of identity in other places, but that once again, not everyone has a library card, and it will disadvantage our most disadvantaged citizens in that respect. I would ask you to carefully consider whether all the planned spending on the gardens is truly necessary, and in turn whether we actually need all of the revenue we hope to generate from that $20 charge. Do we need new gardens year on year on year, or could we actually spend a little bit of money to better upkeep the ones we've got, because actually you can't visit all of those in one visit. It already takes a long time to walk around the ones we've got, and the ones we've got are fabulous, even if you're a return visitor. Could we extend the opening hours to what they were pre-COVID times to make visiting less congested to help ease that part of the problem? Could we charge for parking instead so that visitors pay by household rather than individually, and also pushing people towards more sustainable transport options to attend the gardens? And could we improve the quality of the indoor function spaces there so as to make revenue in that manner rather than by charging outright? Whilst I urge you to consider all of those things, I do acknowledge that the decision to charge is actually one that has already been made. And so I'd like to further comment on how we can do this in the best possible manner. If we must charge, I would strongly recommend we adopt an annual membership option as has been proposed, similar to the zoo or Zealandia, for non-Hamilton residents who would visit regularly, such as those in the neighbouring districts or those who have friends and family here and who are likely to visit on more than one occasion. I would strongly support a differentiated pricing model with lower costs for New Zealanders and increased costs for those travelling internationally or on tour buses. That would be similar to attractions such as the Auckland War Memorial Museum, who have that in place. I do support the proposal that under 16s remain free, as I think this would make it accessible to families. And I would also, similar to the last speaker, encourage us to extend that to community service card holders and other low-income New Zealanders. That's all I have to say. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thanks for your time.
Hannah, your submission was very straightforward and easy to understand. I don't see any questions, but we thank you for taking the time to come and address those issues.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry, just writing myself a note. So next up, excuse me, sorry, next up we have Colin Jones. Good morning, Colin.
Morning, Liz. I presume the phone there is to record things, or is someone left it there by mistake? Right, thank you. Right, I would hope that the councillors have read the my submission. Just what I'm going to say is probably going to be a bit of a bombshell for you. I've actually gone through the accounts back from 2000, and the reason why you're in the current predicament you are is because you've been underfunding depreciation. Your depreciation rate is at 1.4% of assets. Prior to 2000, it was 1.6% of assets. And if you'd have used the same depreciation rate on assets for the last 20 years, you would not be in the situation you are at the moment. The only way you've been able to theoretically balance the books is by underfund depreciation. Now, my submission needs to be read in conjunction with the infrastructure strategy document of 2021. It says that we are looking at a 12.5 billion shortfall by 2050. And what you're proposing in this plan is an increase of depreciation of $5 million. Has anyone actually read thoroughly the accounts? Because I don't think, unless you've actually thoroughly read the accounts, and you need to have accounting experience, and I've spent time with Frank Scrimmager at Waikato University going through your accounts. In my submission, I actually included the detailed analysis of your income from development contribution and rates. Now, this is actually the spreadsheet. I assume you've all got this. What it shows is that every year the amount of money you're getting in development contributions is nowhere near covering the cost of your replacement of existing assets. And your replacement of existing assets is on the basis of like with like, not with upgrades. The government's recent proposal of 3 stories, 3 dwellings means that you're going to have to basically tear up or refit all the existing stormwater and sewage lines to meet the 3 stories, 3 dwellings. So In the last 20 years, you've spent in excess of $1 billion more than you've got in development contributions. Now, I've been in real estate since 1970, and I've had 5 major recessions, for want of a better word. And the council in 2008, 2012 had to sell assets to balance the books. Now, I've got all the information on your assets. You actually sold those assets and made a loss to ratepayers of over $20 million on those assets. This time round, you're not going to have those assets to sell. And your books, your accounts, my suggestion in my submission is that you need to have a forensic audit of your accounts. Your accounts that are being presented to you are not accurate enough for you to make the decisions on. I'm not going to say whether the rate should go up by 3.5 or 4.5%. It's clear, though, that you cannot just carry on borrowing. And you've been borrowing for the last 20 years. And you've been underfunding infrastructure for the last 20 years. I'll use the next words in the context that they are. The council today, based on the information that we've investigated, you are insolvent. You cannot pay the bills you're expected to pay. You've gone back to the government for another 100 million on peacocks. I don't know whether that's been approved yet. You went to the government for 470 million to upgrade the infrastructure at Enderley. That was 2 years ago. That was knocked back. Plan Change 12 is proposing to be the same process that you've used for the last 20 years. The previous speaker was talking about affordable housing. The reason why we've got unaffordable housing is because of the way council is being run. Now, I don't know whether you've actually looked at the accounts. Did you know that 65% of all the base rates that you collect are currently paid to staff wages, consultants' fees, and administration, which only gives you 35% for the rest? And the other charges are like water collections, et cetera, they're variable. Your development contributions, in my spreadsheet, it shows you accurately. And I had to get that information. The Ombudsman directed the council to provide that information to me. The development contribution regime that you've got has got major fundamental flaws. You will not produce the revenue you're expecting to get over the next 10 to 12 years based on what the staff reports are. They're assuming that the revenue is going to go up to 43 million within 10 years. The maximum amount you've ever got in development contributions is 32. Last year, from memory, I think it was 28. And according to the paper last week, you've had a drop-off of permits of 14%. So all I'm saying to you, councillors, listen to some factual information. If you need to, get in Waikato University involved. You need to get a forensic audit to go through your accounts. The information that you're being presented is not accurate enough for you to make decisions on. We all know that you're under cost pressures at the moment. I've got 4 minutes left. I'm welcome to take any questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the detail that you put into your submission. It's pretty comprehensive and that's helpful. And your verbal submission was very clear. Are there any questions from councillors? It's a topic that would involve a lot of delving into, so I guess.
I appreciate that. You challenged me last time when I made the hearings last year about not complying with the national policy statement.
Did I?
The council is probably, you never responded to the letter that I got Thomas Gibbons to send you. There is the letter that Thomas Gibbons sent to you. It is actually based on the information provided by the government to yourselves.
All right.
So I'd appreciate the councillors.
Okay, and if that just goes through Amy's team, I think. Okay, that's cool. We will look into that as well. Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Colin, just so you can help me understand the depreciation issue with a specific example of, say, something like, say, the bridges in Hamilton. Like if we've got to replace a bridge, what's the issue? What's
Okay, so the new Peacock's Bridge is costing you somewhere between 160 and 180 million. Ballpark figures. According to your latest accounts, the Anzac Bridge, the Fairfield Bridge and the Claudelands Bridge has a total replacement cost of 35 million. And the Peacock's Bridge is 160 to 180 million. Now, I've written to Audit New Zealand and I'm happy to give you their response. I've also written to Quotable Value. So Audit New Zealand says basically, as long as councillors tick everything off, it's just basically a tick box exercise for Audit New Zealand, which I find absolutely bizarre. I know you get them outside information from like Becker's on a regular basis, but that's just an example. Did you know that your light fittings in the Caro building, I got all the asset schedule, 367,000 lines. The Caro Street building, the fluorescent lights have a life expectancy of 67 years.
Before you go, if I may, in terms of, you mentioned a number of things in your submission, and you mentioned the development contributions being insufficient, I think, and depreciation. Development doesn't pay for the maintenance or renewal of assets, though, does it? So
sorry, question.
Maintenance. Development contributions don't pay for renewals or maintenance. So the underfunding of depreciation is down to what in your view?
Well, because you've actually used it, you've moved your asset schedule out. Originally, you started at 1.67% of assets. It was last year 1.4. Yeah. It's now got up to 1.5. But you know you've got a $12.5 billion potential shortfall in 2050.
Based on the Infrastructure Commission's
Based on the Infrastructure Commission report.
Yeah, I've read that.
So 84 million, which you've allowed for in your annual plan at the moment, is not even going to make a dent in that 12.5 billion.
That would apply across all local government, wouldn't it?
Look, I understand that, but it's a complicated subject. Look, I've been doing this for 5 years. I started off looking just, why is housing so unaffordable? And housing, why it's so unaffordable? I know why it's so unaffordable. And what I've come down to is it comes back down to the way that council is being funded. And I know everything comes back down to how many dollars. Everyone's under pressure. We know that. All I'm asking for you as councillors, get an independent forensic audit done of your accounts. Only that will actually show what the true position is.
Thank you. It's very clear. Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time for both the written and the verbal submission. Sure. We appreciate it. Thank you. We have a couple more before we take a break, so we'll plough on. We have Phil with us today from Bike Action Waikato. Good morning, Phil. No stranger to these chambers.
Okay, good morning, everyone. As many of you will be aware, Bike Action Hamilton was formed over 2 years ago to take direct action out on the streets to reclaim our bike lanes from drivers. This was mainly at major intersections and roundabouts where drivers illegally use bike lanes as a second vehicle lane. We'd stop on our bikes in the bike lane, forcing drivers back out into the vehicle lane. Unfortunately, because of the abuse and assaults, we've been unable to continue with that form of direct action. So our focus has changed to lobbying council, police, Waka Kotahi and the Minister of Transport. I personally used to be one of the most confident cyclists in the city, but after continuing to experience physical danger at every single trip out, I now hate riding my bike in Hamilton. I hate it because of the level of aggression and dangerous driving is increasing. 6 weeks ago, I was once again knocked off my bike, aggravating a past biking injury. I was in a marked bike lane on Bryce Street that had recently been upgraded, but without cycle wands protecting the green space up at the lights. The driver took off and the police have still not yet assigned the case to investigate that hit and run. Every ride involves a very close, dangerous pass, and all of them, I will be in the marked bike lane. The only way I can ride that is safe is to take the lane, but I still suffer verbal abuse or angry drivers coming too close. The Before I carry on, I'd like to acknowledge some of the other submitters, having read summaries in their submissions that are similar to my views. Big Street Bikers, Bike Waikato, CCS Disability Action Waikato, the Disability Persons Assembly, School Strikes for Climate Kirikiriroa, and Sport Waikato. I want to acknowledge the work Council has done over the last few years to start the process of pushing back on the overwhelming dominance of vehicles. More bike lanes are appearing, cycle wands and concrete barriers are protecting some of them, and intersections are being redesigned to slow vehicles down so that when we are hit by drivers, the damage is far less. I fully support raised platforms across the city. I want to acknowledge the significant increase in funding, particularly from the Climate Emergency Relief Fund of 32 million and around 8 million of other projects. I'll keep that acknowledgement of positives brief because of time, but it is welcomed and we are grateful for that. We all know that any mention of cycleways and raised safety platforms in the media is met with a disturbing level of hate and anger. That attitude has become a culture that also exists out on the road, as I've mentioned above. Drivers wrongly believe that they own every centimetre of road space, and the target of their anger is usually cyclists. In the draft annual plan, there are a large number of funding cuts aimed at reducing deficits. I'd like to speak to two of the proposed funding cuts: level of service around bike lanes, which sees a funding cut of $200,000, and funding cuts for education campaigns reduced by $130,000. In my written submission, I included a resolution from the 12th of April Infrastructure Operations Committee, and I paraphrase slightly for brevity, that the IOC request staff prepare options that will prioritise additional education and infrastructure improvements to address walking and cycling safety on key routes in time for consideration in the development of the 23-24 annual plan. Instead, staff have proposed cutting education by $130,000. I've also found two more resolutions dealing with driver education and level of service around bike lanes. At the May 31st IOC meeting, and again I paraphrase slightly, the IOC request staff report back to the Council with a proposal for cycleway level of service improvement and resources for education, operations, maintenance and renewals in time for consideration for the draft 23-24 annual plan. A resolution from August 9th IOC meeting request staff report back to the new Council with options in time for the inclusion in the 23-24 annual plan to increase resourcing for carrying out education campaigns aimed at improving the safety of active road users. Then there is a staff action statement from that same meeting, and I quote, "Staff undertook to send a formal letter to the Minister of Transport concerning education campaigns on road code and cycle safety for motorists." There was a very clear directive from the IOC to staff that made very clear the need for driver education and around bike lanes and cyclists and improvements in level of service around bike lanes. Yet that is being eroded by the proposed specific cuts. The final issue I'd like to raise relates to the cycleway audit from the resolution, also from the May 31st IOC meeting. It was actually part of the same resolution I mentioned earlier. The IOC request staff complete a full audit and assessment of the existing cycleway network to assess operation and maintenance levels of service to provide a complete picture of level of service gaps. About 2 months ago, I wrote an LGOIMA request to find out what is happening about the audit. A summary of the response was that a summer student undertook a desktop review of data from the registers in the traffic bylaw. Some issues were found, but no details were provided. The summer student ran out of time to undertake any site audits before leaving Hamilton City Council, and the response confirmed site audits are required. I quote from the last paragraph verbatim. Council is currently investigating options to progress with the site audits required following the desktop review. Funding through the 23-24 annual plan was requested to provide additional level of service, more resource for education campaigns around increasing compliance. The 23-24 annual plan is currently out for consideration. At no time has staff requested an increase for funding, especially given the student had planned to do the site audits without additional funding, but ran out of time in January. The response specifically mentions levels of service for bike lanes and driver education.
further reinforcing the need to retain the proposed cuts to funding. In fact, I see there is sufficient direction to increase spending. Deliberations for budget cuts was held at the council meeting on March the 2nd. I received the above response regarding the cycleway audit 3 weeks ago on April the 26th. My request to this council, please put back those funds and require staff to prepare the 3 reports as directed by resolution at 3 IOC meetings last year, and require that they complete the cycleway audit as instructed. They had planned to do it over the summer with no request for more funding, so why are they asking for that to be changed now? A way needs to be found to increase education campaigns directed at drivers that are hard-hitting and direct. Asking nicely will not work. If they need to work with Waka Kotahi and the police, and I believe they do, they need to do that. The makeup of this council was strong in relation to progressive cycling infrastructure, so I am certain there will be a majority voice around this table to reinstate the proposed funding cuts. I want to enjoy riding again. I cannot do that until something is done about the disgraceful attitude and dangerous driving behaviour out on the road. Thank you.
Thank you for the specific requests in your written submission, which is very helpful for our consideration. Are there any questions, councillors? No? Thank you. Thank you. Next is Ron Pengelly. Hope I said your surname correctly.
Is that someone else's mobile phone, or it just stays there?
Yeah, it's just recording,
Sorry.
voice
Okay.
recording. Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to come here this morning. My main purpose is to seek clarification of the principle of who should pay the costs for infrastructure capital projects for which the direct benefits are not received by all ratepayers. In my submission, I refer to the comments in on your website that talks about fairness in rating. And the first one was where you state that it's not fair for future ratepayers to pay for money which is being paid out for services today and for which they are not going to get the benefit. And that principle that you mentioned, that I wholeheartedly agree with it. Living beyond our means is foolhardy. We've got to bite the bullet now and stop the bleeding. One of those previous speakers talked about you've been in this position for about 20 years. When are you ever going to make the decisions to get into balance? I also agree with the fairness comment you make about borrowing money for a large project, such as a bridge, which future ratepayers are going to get the benefit of it. Why should your current ratepayers pay the whole cost now? So here's another principle of fairness with which I agree. But as I say in my submission, I cannot see how ratepayers general should have to pay for a capital project where the infrastructure is being provided for a particular geographic area of the city. And I refer to a couple of them, and I've missed out on a third one. There was actually two down at Collins Road, and the other one was the West Interceptor thing. Now, I asked the question, how can the ratepayers on the east side of the river get any direct benefit from wastewater pipes which are on the west side of the river? My mind cannot grasp how you can say, oh, this is for the benefit of everybody. It is not. And we need to apply the provisions of Part 4A of the Rating Act, which provides for directing the charges for specific capital infrastructure projects which only relate to a few people. You have a map, which you've probably all seen. It's the expansion map for the city. And there's a very small portion in the middle, which is back prior to 1920. Prior to 1920. The people who own those rating units, why should they be now paying for all these other extensions that they're not getting the benefit from? Can I get someone to agree with me about getting the system working correctly? Thank you.
It's for us to consider for sure. So thank you very much for taking the time.
Do you agree with my contention that the legal ability to do it should be applied?
Your question will be answered through the submission process.
Okay.
We're not debating or answering questions at this point in time because we haven't had the chance to debate the issues yet, but we will, sir. So we'll come back to you.
I realise I'm nearly out of time by 8 seconds. I've got another point. I asked council through staff to provide me with the funding issues for capital projects. I got information from them which differs from what is shown in the annual plan budget website stuff. I think that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Provide the evidence. We'll certainly get back to you on that one. Appreciate that. Councillors, we have the Friends of the Hamilton Garden, Malena and team are here, which is our last one before we take a short break. Welcome, everyone.
Morena. Morena koutou. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Kia tū mai te aroha ngā manaakitanga o te atua. Kia honoretia tō tātou kini atu heitia. Tatu ihora te whare kawariki pai mārere. Te whare tuake nei, te whare wairua tū hono hono ia tātou tēnā koe. Te hunga mate ki te hunga mate, te hunga ora ki te hunga ora. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Mayor Paula Southgate, Lance, councillors, good morning. My name is Malena Roka. I'm president of the Friends of Hamilton Gardens and my colleague Carol is our secretary. Carol and I will present on behalf of the Friends our verbal submission on the Hamilton City Council Annual Plan 2023-24 relating to the enclosed gardens, Hamilton Gardens entry fee. Before I kōrero for the elected members who may not know much about the Friends, Carol will share a quick insight into the value of the Friends, volunteers, the value the Friends and volunteers bring to Hamilton Gardens, over and above our financial contribution. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Marlena.
I think you can. Okay. I think.
Thank you, Marlena. My name's Carol Webb. And I would just like to share with you a brief snapshot of the fantastic work of the gardens, of the Friends of the Garden volunteers. They are the face of Hamilton Gardens. From the propagating group who grow seedlings and plants to sell to raise funds, to those who work in the information centre, our volunteers don't just give out maps and sell merchandise. They're responsible for many other tasks that keep the gardens functioning. The volunteers offer local and institutional knowledge of the gardens, Hamilton and the surrounding district, and willingly share the rich history of the gardens and our future plans, which is appreciated by local and overseas visitors. Their sense of pride in the jewel of Hamilton's crown is clear. Thank you.
Kia ora, Carol. So we all recognise Hamilton Gardens as a unique concept designed by Dr. Peter Sergel with a documented world-class standing. Therefore, as a community asset, the Friends believe there should not be any financial barriers for our communities to enter our enclosed gardens. The Friends Group was formed by Dr. Peter Sergel 40 years ago. They have been effective supporters and funders of the Hamilton Gardens and have contributed to the development and improvement of the gardens by raising approximately $3.5 million in cash. In addition, the volunteers have staffed the information centre for the past 29 years and have generated between $4 to $6 million in voluntary unpaid work. The total financial contribution from the Friends is between $8 and $10 million. Yes, so the Friends do understand the financial responsibilities of the council. The Friends are concerned, however, there may be within elected council membership a lack of understanding and appreciation of the significant role the Friends have in the ongoing development of the gardens. Our membership numbers are approximately 500 plus. So as a major contributor to the gardens, we would have appreciated consultation from the elected council members, the decision makers regarding the proposed enclosed garden entry fee before it was made public. A collaborative approach will always produce a more acceptable outcome for all parties. Although the Friends accept the need for change and do support charging international visitors and those from outside the Waikato region, our focus today is how charging an entry fee will impact the Friends. We want to ensure membership of the Friends continues to be attractive and exciting to new members so that they can continue to support the development of the gardens. As stated in our written submission, the Friends still strongly recommend all Waikato residents continue to have free entry to the Hamilton enclosed gardens. However, as previously mentioned, we do accept there may be a need for change. The Friends would like to acknowledge our excellent working relationship with all the council members and council staff and garden staff. In particular, we appreciate our open communications and discussions with Leanne Jordan and Lucy Bryan on all issues that impact the Friends, volunteers and the gardens. And we will continue to work with them to ensure the gardens flourish. After discussions with Leanne and Lucy, the Friends Committee would like to suggest a way forward that recognises existing Friends and their significant contribution. The committee proposes the following on behalf of the Friends as a minimum. 1, the council considers charging international visitors a higher rate than New Zealand residents. 2, all current Friends of Hamilton Gardens members will receive a free lifetime entry into the internal gardens as long as their membership is fully paid up. Going forward, if a charge for paid entry is adopted, we propose to move towards a zone system for all new members, and I will stress that new members. New members residing within a 30k radius of Hamilton will still receive free entry and annual pass for individuals, couples and family memberships. B, new members outside the 30k radius will be eligible for the other membership benefits plus a discounted entry or ticket pass. We trust that this proposal will be accepted. Ngā mihi kia koutou.
Good morning.
Good morning,
nice to see you,
Ewan.
presenting. Just to remove any ambiguity or doubt, I think part of your narrative was that you wanted those in the Waikato not to pay. Mm-hmm. And in addition, you were also saying that if we chose to charge those in the Waikato, you were making a case for the Friends of the Gardens not to pay. Is that correct?
Yes, in a zone, so that we have a 30k radius, and within that 30k, the Friends do not pay. Outside that radius, they're given a discounted rate.
Right. Okay. Can I ask you a question about those who are just people living in the Waikato who are not members of Friends of the Gardens? In light of the fact that they don't pay rates and haven't contributed to the tens of millions of dollars ratepayers of Hamilton have contributed, why on earth would they be entitled to free entry?
If you heard my submission correctly, I have said we will focus on the Friends of Hamilton Gardens.
Okay, that's fine. So sorry, I just wanted to be clear. So you're no longer advocating for the general public in the Waikato, you're advocating for members of the Friends of the Gardens.
Yes, our preference is that all of those in the Waikato region do not pay. However, moving forward, if you did adopt a payment system, we recommend another way of going about that.
One last question, if I could. Would you agree that Hamilton Gardens is in the top 5 best gardens of the world?
It definitely is in the top 5 gardens in the world.
And would you agree that out of the top 5 Hamilton Gardens, the specialty gardens are the only one out of the top 5 that don't charge?
Out of the top 5, I don't know that question. I don't know the answer to that question, Ewan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission, especially with the focus on the Friends of the Hamilton Gardens. And as I said in my introductory comments earlier when John was here, we do appreciate everything that the Friends of the Gardens do. We know that the success of the gardens is built off everyone who has contributed time, money and support over many, many years, and that includes yourself. So please know that we do consider that and rate it as a very special contribution to the city.
Thank you very much, Paula.
Thank you. We are going to adjourn for 10 minutes, and I apologise for the next few people on the list that we're just going to potentially be 5 minutes late, but we need to stretch, get a comfort stop. So if anybody wants to avail themselves of the coffee machine in the foyer, please do. And we'll be back with you in 10 minutes. Councillors, sorry to pull you back, but we really must move on because. So thank you, everybody. I think we've got quorum now, so we'll start. Can we please welcome Cleve to submit? Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to you both. You'll introduce, I think.
We've got a few slides here today. We're thrilled to be here. So thank you very much, Mayor and councillors, for hearing us. Thanks, Amy. I'll click on to the next slide. We'll just crack straight into it. We've got a vision of work where we can help bring the 15-minute city plan to life quite rapidly through installing 15 locky docks across the city. We'll just click on to the next slide. I'll tell you a bit more about locky docks pretty quickly. So Big Street Bikers, we're an Aotearoa-owned business that we've been credited as a social enterprise. Our first locky dock network was established in Christchurch in 2020. We have 10 in the central city there, and we've done a whole lot of fantastic research around that shows the social benefits, the reduce in vehicle kilometres travelled and so on that come from installing this secure parking and charging infrastructure that's completely free to the public, and it comes at no cost to ratepayers, which is a really key message I want to make. Understanding we're talking about annual plans and budgets.
Oh, we like you already.
Oh, you're great. Oh, that's good stuff. Hurrah! Thank you very much. Okay, next slide, please. So this is an image here of one locky dock in Christchurch. You can see the pink arm there is reinforced steel. These come out of Europe. They're the most secure form of bike or e-bike parking station areas in the world at the moment. Use an app or a transport card, e-card, to lock it and unlock it. And then there's free charging at the base of it, thanks to Mercury Energy. The digital screen you can see on there is what enables it to be funded and paid for and operated. I'll take you a bit through the model a bit more soon. Next slide, please. It's Abby or Amy? Amy, thank you. Yeah, so on that digital screen, we have maps that show where the safe cycleways are, so able to really promote the new cycleways and current cycleways and the low traffic streets, the free secure parking and the free charging. Thanks. So those maps, so this particular one here, example in Christchurch, so we will design these with the team here, the urban mobility team, and it shows not only where the separated cycleways are, but the quiet back streets and how you connect and how you find a safe route. A really important thing is actually showing people how to get around town to enable more bums on bikes. And so there's a really big awareness job to be done in terms of matching the work that's been done and putting the cycleways in. And with these, a key thing is that we change the headlines up. So we have different headlines, so encouraging people to go to ride to the gardens, which will be free for all the locals, or go for a ride, go to Cambridge. Encouraging people to take journeys or have a Butte commute and so on, things like that. I'll keep moving. So as I was saying, we did some fantastic research from those 10 stations in Christchurch, delivered a $32 million net social benefit to the community there, and that's in terms of health benefits, reduction of pollution and so on. We'll keep moving, thanks. Every time someone parks a bike at a locky dock, it's a data point. We know that was quite likely a car trip that wasn't taken. And so this graph here shows the return user rates. You can see the yellow line is the return users. And so what that means is that graph shows it's a really sticky behaviour trend there. So as people use the locky docks, they keep coming back to use them. So it means that we're able to report back to the city, hey, look, these are all these bike trips that have been taken. Keep moving, thanks. So we're rolling out another 100 across the country with support from Mercury and Waikato. It's being the homeland of Mercury and Mighty River Power and so on. So they're really keen to have a presence here. The next one, please. So we want to be able to roll out 10, 15 in Hamilton at no cost to ratepayers. The model, unfortunately, you can't see much of what that's there, so you're going to have to trust me on this one. So if we're looking at 10 sites in the central city area, largely, and complementing the ones we already have with the Waikato University, and we'll be adding countdowns and warehouse stores as well. So that's for 10 there. There's about a capex of about $1 million, but that's no cost to ratepayers. Then the OPEX costs are covered by the partnerships, sponsors, and by the advertising media on there. So that means that all the customer service end of supporting people riding and on there as well, and insurance and maintenance and stuff. So it's free public amenity. Then we have the digital wayfinding on there as a key part of it. Revenue potential for the council downstream once it's all kind of up and running and properly. So it's important that this is self-sustaining and feeding back. And also a potential communications channel, so we could have ads on there to encourage drivers to drive safely and give a 1.5 metre distance to other cyclists. And also massive impact. So in terms of if with 10 Lockie docks, we know from our basic modelling it will reduce VKT, or vehicle kilometres travelled, by about 250,000 a year. So that's a lot of car trips. That's a lot of cars off the road, which does mean that's that translates into safer streets, like reduced emissions and so on, and then great social benefit. The way that we look at designing a network and be working with the mobility team on this is it's about addressing these nodes of daily life and creating convenience to these destinations. So as I was saying, at the tertiary institutions, at shopping centres, at the gardens, at libraries, at gyms and things like that. So you just, where people would otherwise be driving to, you're providing this secure parking convenience that's there, yeah. So we've had identified, so working with the team, identified a number of sites as this sort of, and I think that might be not 15 there, but there's like 10, there's 10 there that are in the public realm, and then there'll be others that we can add to and that are on private property as well. So it becomes this really cool partnership like that. Won't kind of go into that too much, but you can see it's kind of a really good spread across the central city area. And thanks. Next one. Yeah, so in terms of where we're at so far, so we've got the basics of the network design in place, working with the mobility team, urban mobility team. We've developed the sort of the basics of a partnership agreement. We're just waiting on direction of sort of policy on digital street media. There's some, from what we understand, there's a bit of needs to be firmed up in terms of what the council's policy is on digital media. So that's probably an easy thing to work through. We have an agreement with the council's current media operator, so we can work with what's really on the table already. So for us, the next steps are really is to finalise that partnership agreement, and we can be installing these within 15 weeks for this 15-minute city.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a few questions to maybe follow up with you on another occasion, but in respect to this, you're just looking for sites and partnership agreements at this point, as you said, no cost to.
Yeah, and support from the council, I suppose, for this plan. Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you. Oh, well, I look forward to having a look when and Deputy Mayor O'Leary and myself and a couple of my colleagues are going down to conference in Christchurch.
Yes.
And not too long away, and we will come and check them out in person. So that will be good. Fantastic. I think Angela and I are going to get on our bikes anyway and have a little look around Christchurch. So, questions, Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Very exciting. I just wanted to, I guess, say for one, bikepacking at supermarkets is so horrible. So so exciting to hear countdowns on that list. But I was wondering about whether any consideration had been taken to the Te Huia train stations?
Yes. That would be brilliant. I think bikes and trains are natural friends, especially and especially be able to create that multimodal behaviour. So yeah, that we haven't got that on the list at the moment, but it would be really important to have, to include that. So thanks, top tip.
And just adding to that, so we've just installed the first one outside the Wellington Airport, and connecting the new cycle path work that they're doing there as well, and promoting ride for the plane, fly off your meeting and ride back home again. So similar concept.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, just you mentioned $1 million capex to get. So where's that coming from?
Oh, so yeah, that's through our investment and our sponsors. So Mercury, Waikato, and our other investors.
Right,
so that's
great.
that's the bit.
Okay.
I suppose it's just framing what the value. Yeah.
So are you looking for in-kind kind of assistance from the council in these sites, or what are you hoping?
No, not just the sites really. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just a license to occupy, and then we'll work together in terms of developing the wayfinding and things like that.
Cool. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Great way to be able to keep a electric bike investment in a really safe way. The other consideration that I have when I'm parking my bike is cover. And what kind of plans have you got for these to be covered sites as well?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great. We're installing one at the moment that has a cover. It's in Gleneden, solar panels on it, in fact. So it's doing its own thing. That is additional sort of capex what we've sort of modelled here. But in some locations, it would be great to have cover on there, and some really nice placemaking, whether it's seating and things like that around it. So you can, create a destination.
And would that be something that you would be talking to council about, the additional capex of?
Yeah, and that might be able to work into whether it aligns with any of the Streets for People or Transport Choices program. There might be ways of working across this board like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you've picked up that there's some positive energy around this topic to explore further on another time with some more questions. Thank you. We appreciate you taking the time to both submit and be here in person. That is that has been valued. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you. Okay.
Next up, Melissa, also on cycling. Hello, Melissa.
Good morning. Might be having a bit of a biking overload this morning. I'm here speaking on behalf of Bike Waikato and our submission. So I'll be briefly going over the main points from our submission, and then I'll be discussing some personal experiences and themes from the last year. So we're really happy to see the planned funding that's in the annual plan for cycling, the SURF funding, the low cost, low risk funding, the Road to Zero intersection upgrades. This is really great to see. We're really happy to see it. Bike Waikato has had the opportunity to be involved with several of the planned intersection upgrades so far, and what we've seen is really encouraging. We also want to emphasize on that point our support for traffic calming measures, including raised safety tables, and that we urge them to be completed without any delay. This type of infrastructure is really important because it improves safety for vulnerable road users in high traffic areas, allowing people on foot or on bike to navigate tricky points quickly and safely. The slower speed from drivers also gives them more opportunity to react to situations if they occur. And it means that if there is a collision, the chance of injury or death is significantly reduced. And on that point, I do want to emphasize that 2 of the proposed locations for raised safety tables include sites where people have already died while riding bikes. So this is really critically important that they are proceeded without any delay. We also want to voice our opposition to the proposed cancellation of an increased level of service. Say that 5 times fast. And we would like to see increased funding for dealing with parking violations and the such. These two things together, the level of service and parking, represent a significant hazard to people riding bikes because there could be debris in the bike lane, garbage, other blockages, or people with leaving their cars there. And that can be particularly hazardous to people who are less confident negotiating around those hazards. And if our bike lanes are blocked, then we don't really have bike lanes to use. So those are the key points from our submission. So some good, some bad. On a personal note, a lot has happened in the last year since I last came and spoke to council. So last year I was speaking to you as an individual and I recounted a near miss that I had that left me quite shaken. And now I have the opportunity to talk to you as the chairperson of Bike Waikato, which is quite exciting for me. But I can also recount that I have unfortunately been involved in an actual crash with a driver, which has definitely left me quite shaken. So to briefly describe what happened, it was a left hook turn. So what that means is that the driver made a left turn through the bike lane and into where I was going, basically. I consider myself quite lucky. I was not severely injured. My bike wasn't broken. My work laptop was also not broken. So the only thing that the driver had to do was replace my bike helmet, which he did without complaint. And the reason I wanted to recount what happened to me was to emphasize that, you know, unfortunately in the last year, we've also had 2 people die on our roads while riding bikes. And for every death that happens, there are lots of injuries that happen, like the incident that I had. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of near misses. And these are the sorts of things that turn people away from riding their bikes. I know some counselors here have told me that they don't want to ride a bike because they don't feel safe doing so, and I don't blame them. So my challenge to you over the next year as you consider cycling projects and funding for cycling projects is to imagine yourself as a cyclist. Some of you don't need to do that already, so that's fine. But for the rest of you, imagine yourself as a cyclist. Imagine yourself just trying to go to work, going to a hobby, going to a friend's house, maybe you're going to school even. And think about that and how you would interact with the infrastructure that we have in our city. Don't think about that when you're driving, how annoying it might be to go over a raised safety table, but imagine the cyclists who are using that infrastructure who now feel safer because of just the slight speed reduction and what that does for your feeling of safety. What Bike Waikato really needs from this council is for you to lead this culture change in our city while we're moving through these growing pains of being a cycling city, of being a 15-minute city. And we really need to value our cycling infrastructure, and we really need to value our cyclists because unfortunately people are getting hurt out there. People are dying. They're just trying to get to where they're going. And we really need your help to make that happen. Thank you.
Congratulations on your role, and we appreciate your consistent advocacy on behalf of cyclists. And as with yourself and also Phil, of course, we extend our sympathies for any times that you have been injured in cycling. That's not what we want to see. So
thanks.
We hope that impact doesn't linger a long time for you. We'll take some questions. Councillor Casey Cox.
Ora, Melissa, and thank you. Yeah, I agree with Mayor Paula for thanking you for your open submission and your personal story. I guess you mentioned culture change and how you want the council to lead that, and you've talked about investment in infrastructure. Are there other investments that you would like council to make along that would also encourage culture change?
I think investment in education would also really help. Getting people who primarily drive around our city on board with what we're trying to do, and having those messages be out there and be very, very clear about that, the roads are for everybody, that we just want everybody to be safe. And to have that shift from, roads being primarily for driving to being for everybody to get around, I think. And, that's a hard thing to measure, I think. Investment, you can count that in dollars, but culture change is a little bit more fluid. So I recognize that it's probably a difficult thing to ask, but I think if, in addition to that, people on this council can model that in themselves in the way that they talk about these issues would be really beneficial. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll get back to you in
See you
due
next year.
The next one is May Lowe, and actually she's on Zoom, and she's talking about land trust, so not quite biking, but we do have more biking later. Oh, Thomas, you're with us. Thank you. And May's
Hi. Sorry,
Hi,
guys,
May.
I've got a sick husband and a baby that.
Yeah, congratulations. Last time we saw you, you were just one person. Now there's two. So beautiful. Beautiful. So I'm in your hands, Thomas. Are you going to start us off, or is May?
Kia ora. I'll start us off, but May chip in as needed, absolutely. So yes, we're here for Waikato Community Lands Trust today, and look, the key thing we wanted to touch on is really around these issues of affordable housing and in particular inclusionary zoning, but we don't want to forget about affordable housing overall, and seeking that some resources allocated by HCC to getting some of the work done in that area that needs to be done. So the Lands Trust has obviously recently given an update to councillors about its progress, I suppose the best way to put it, in terms of land acquisition. And also, some of you may be aware, we've been involved in submissions around inclusionary zoning as part of the recent intensification plan change. So in terms of what the Lands Trust is seeking, it's really, first of all, that council make the investment in that. And it is a very important investment for future generations around how to influence those things that HCC can influence around affordability and doing the bit that HCC can do there from an overall system point of view. We see that contribution is absolutely something council can input into. It's not something that can't do. There's various challenges around affordable housing that operate at a national macro level. There's things individual organisations can do, and where HCC fits is making that investment in the zoning and other policies that fit around that. May, did you want to?
No, that's a really good
chip in? The second part of that was just touching on really this idea that we see ourselves as a Lands Trust working very closely with council, and if there's any resource that can be provided, whether it's people within the HCC team who can chip into things or other kinds of resource, acknowledging current fiscal constraints and so on, that's very much appreciated as well. But what we really want to see is HCC putting into the inclusionary zoning aspect of things, the affordable housing ecosystem side of things and making an investment for the future. Really as simple as that.
We understand where you're heading with that one. I think we're probably overdue for a more in-depth conversation between all parties.
Oh, absolutely. Plenty in the system who are interested in that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been having some strands of conversation come together, so we're probably overdue for that. And I hope by now you have received my paperwork.
I think so. Let me follow up on that separately.
Thank you. If not, let me know today.
I'll come back to you if I haven't got anything.
Thank you. I hope you have.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? No? Pretty straightforward. Thank you very much. Thank you for the work you're doing. And we just want to acknowledge that you're doing it in a very difficult environment around housing at the moment, up against a lot of barriers. So we appreciate the work that you're doing. We are genuinely interested in dismantling some of the barriers that sit there for you and sit there for us in the delivery of affordable housing. So I think that's the nature of the conversation, Thomas.
Yep,
and
keep having it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you. You do get back to me if that's not the case, Thomas. I've been trying to chase it up. We now have Pippa, who it says is on Zoom, but I clearly see she's not. She's in the flesh. All right. It must be always interesting to come back into this arena after so many years. Thank you.
My opinion. Firstly, hello everyone, to those I know and those I don't know. I used to be one of you. But there are two things I want to just say, and if you have read the submission, which I doubt because I know what I used to do sometimes, is do I support the increase of fee? The answer is no, not really. 10 if you have to, because you're going to be charging 10 for the audio. That is $20 to me. That is a first base if you have to do it. Right, the thing that I also want to do is talk about it a little bit wider. The gardens are quite superb. They are amazingly well used, and as far as I'm concerned, they are now becoming overused, not for the wrong reasons, but for the right reasons. People want to come. What you're getting now, and I go there every day, I walk my dog there, is you're having a real issue with car parking. It is quite sad to see what is potentially, and I'm talking about the future, I'm always talking about the future of your gardens has yet to be decided and reconsidered, in my opinion. For example, you have the car parking going to be up where, in my day, the old netball courts were. Frankly, it won't be enough for what you've got now, let alone the future. I would seriously urge you to start again. Second thing I'll tell you is one of those moments I'm quite pleased about was 100 years ago. I got through council. The last submission, the last item on the agenda was to acquire the land across the road, across the river, the Glenview Park area. That was for the future, for the gardens. It is so important that people can come both sides of the river. Do not forget to put a bridge. Not this year. I was planning for 50 years from whenever. That was what, 15 years ago. It is now time you need to reconsider it in your strategic plan, but don't muck it up by doing an annual plan, silly stuff for now. You really need to relook at the future. I have heard there's a suggestion to put gravel on the grass, which goes up to the cemetery. Have you lost your minds, whoever that is? Because quite frankly, if you do put gravel to help with the parking, it'll come down in the rains. We've got an awful lot of rain at the moment, and it's not going to get less, it's going to get more. What are you trying to do? Fill up the car park with gravel down the bottom? Think about it, please. It also happens to be where I walk my dog, and so do thousands of other people. It's one of those few off the lead free dog areas. Point hopefully taken. Also, with the wonderful Te Awa River Ride, you are having a massive problem, I have observed, with camper vans. Parking in the few car parking spaces there are, taking up double car parks. They need to have a place of their own. They're coming in their droves to park and then cycle. Wonderful, but please put them somewhere else other than down the bottom. They cause huge chaos and they end up being a real nuisance. Again, something to consider. Walking and cycling in the gardens, and I've heard a lot about cycling. If I get 5 seconds, I might increase on it. It's becoming dangerous. You have got, and Te Awa came, Sarah Armour came to talk about those wonderful little signs saying, please get off your bike. Well, 50% do. And when it's a busy weekend day, it is an accident waiting to happen. Improve the signage or make it clear where they're allowed to go. Another point I just want you to consider. Thank you. I'm now going on to founders. I will read out what I wrote to you. Please observe it. Yes, it is time to make the decision to raise Founders Theatre to the ground, quite simply because council has already made that decision and now is potentially about to backtrack. It makes you look all indecisive and a bit silly. My words, I can say them, I just have. It also sits within, and this is the reason why I say it, it sits within the Western Greenbelt. You've taken enough space with the excellent facility for the Pacific Island community, and good on you. It is appropriate to now give some open space back to the people of Hamilton as playgrounds, particularly, and I'm not doing it for me, I live in Hamilton East, but it's the same principle there. Because of the intensification of housing, there will be children here. They need somewhere to go to play. Please take that decision and make it a decision. There will be consequences, I am sure, from those who are submitting otherwise. Bite the bullet and just do it. When I first got on council, this is 100 years ago, 1986, it was a dog then. It hasn't improved. That's all I'll say about founders. And the last thing I just want to say, because I heard it, is that minus? Oh Lord, don't ask me questions then. Cycling, I so agree. The raised areas, the debris, everything, it's become more dangerous. I am a bicyclist. I have done it for years. I no longer cycle in the centre of town because of debris and because it's become dangerous. If you're going to do cycle lanes, my last sentence, please separate them and do them properly. Stop this namby-pamby filling around. That is my final word from me, and I hope you appreciate it because I don't often say it. There you go. Right.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've overdone my time completely.
You have, but that's okay. You were
I took some of the previous one who didn't take too long.
We appreciate it. It was passionate, it was heartfelt, and it was very straightforward. Your points have all been simply made, so I don't see any questions. But we do thank you for taking the time to bring your reflections and your past experience to the table for our consideration. So
I hope it will be of strategic value to you all. And thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we also now have Ollie Goulden. Ollie. Oh, hello. How are you? All yours.
Your Worship, councillors, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you this morning. My name is Ollie Goulden and I work for CCS Disability Action Waikato as the Access Coordinator. So in my role, I advocate for better access in the community for disabled people. So I just want to start off by congratulating you for the good work that's happening, such as the Disability Policy Action Plan. It's really good to have that document in place and to have those goals set out. Unfortunately, things are not always perfect. So there's a particular development, bus stop development here in Hamilton that's been built, but it hasn't been built to spec. And so unfortunately, that means that wheelchair users like myself, elderly people, people with mobility impairments can't use that bus stop. And for a lot of people who don't have cars, the bus is the only option, as taking taxis everywhere is really expensive. So when you can't access a car or a taxi and you can't access the bus, where do you go? Your options are pretty limited. So the other thing I wanted to touch on was playgrounds. So there's a playground that council is consulting on at the moment, and there's a plan to use bark surfacing, and unfortunately bark surfacing is not accessible for a lot of people. For wheelchair users, older people, it's totally inaccessible. So I have disabled friends who are parents, and so the use of bark surfacing means that they're not able to support their children on the playground, and I'm not able to go with my nieces and nephews to the playground and spend time with them there. So that creates a massive barrier. So, and the other thing, just touching on what a previous submitter said, was around the cycle lanes. So, yeah, when there are shared paths, it's really unsafe for people who are deaf, who can't hear bikes coming, for elderly people who can't get out of the way, for blind people who can't see that there's a bike coming. So I agree with the previous submitter that cycle lanes need to be separated. That's about all I've got to say. So if there are any questions.
So that you've made your points?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just confused about the back. So I've just asked. Apparently there are no city council playgrounds that are back. So I'd be interested in knowing where that was at some point.
Bolmuir Park.
Bolmuir Park.
For this one that backs onto a school.
Yeah, I will. So I will follow that up and make sure there's not. It's certainly something that we're not doing, and I'll make sure that doesn't happen. But there are still some parks in Hamilton that have bark, but we do have plans to replace them with AstroTurf.
Okay, cool. That clears that up. That sort of answers my question. You mentioned one particular bus stop. Can I ask you, I was just looking again through your submission, I couldn't see where the one that you said is particularly unhelpful.
The one that I'm referring to is the bus hub in Glenview on the Halpo Road.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. So we'll have a close look at that. Questions from Councillor Hart?
Kia ora.
See you in real life. I feel like I see you online a lot. You talk about in your submission a fund for community initiatives to improve accessibility.
Yep.
I was wondering if you wanted to just speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I guess there are. Sorry, I'm sort of drawing a blank a little bit.
I guess I was wondering about, you talk about Tauranga City Council adopting a similar initiative. I wondered if you wanted to speak to some of the successes perhaps they'd had.
I'll have to get back to you on that one. Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
More question, Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Kia ora, thank you for your submission. I really like the idea of the street accessibility audits. Do you know anywhere that they've been successfully undertaken and the outcomes that have been derived from those?
So we've done lots. I'm not sure of ones that have happened in Hamilton, but recently we've completed audits in the Matamata Piako district, so Morrinsville, Matamata. And what that allows council to do is to identify the barriers or the things that need to be fixed, and so you're given a list of priorities of things that need to be fixed now and things that can be sort of fixed down the track in normal maintenance. There's also been a number of audits completed in the Thames Coromandel district. So and all over the country actually. Yeah.
So, and they've resulted in changes as well, not just the audit being done.
Yeah, well, as I said, it allows council to prioritise things, and I know budgets don't always allow things to be all fixed all at once, but certainly I know that a lot of accessibility barriers have been addressed.
Cool, awesome, thank you.
Your written submission, you do make some examples of Tauranga as one of the places where they're hotspotting. Presumably there's been some audit or process to identify the hotspots, and then they put budget. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so that's the sort of thing you're keen to see council exploring?
Yes, definitely.
Brilliant, thank you. Is that Anna? That's
great, thank you.
Anyone else? No? Thank you very much for coming in. We really appreciate it. Not only taking the time to give us a fulsome written submission, but also coming to speak to it, which is very helpful. So appreciate that.
Thank you for your time.
Our next submitter is Rob Dole. Is he online? Hasn't arrived. Are we early? No, we're late. We're really late. And so that's also...
Mayor Paula, I did see Fraser McNutt from Barker Associates here, which is on behalf of the consortium.
I can't see Fraser anywhere.
I think he just stepped out.
Do you want to see if he would like to come in, please, Jeff? That would be great. So we've got a bunch of submissions which Fraser is involved in, that with the SL1, the Coolfight East and WA issues, which are all separately listed as times here, but obviously Fraser is here to speak to all of those issues, right, Fraser? Thank you. Welcome back in the building. And we look forward to your submissions. You're all alone today?
I am. Mr. Rob Dole is delayed, sorry, so it'll be just me.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Council. My name is Fraser McNutt. I'm a planner. I work for Barker and Associates, and today I'm here representing a consortium of landowners. It's called SL1, and we're talking about 7 main landholders, and they contribute to 70% of a 450 hectare piece of land. So hopefully we had a circulation of some documents earlier, so you've got your bearings. So it's quite simple in terms of our submission on the annual plan. It's primarily around the provision of funding for the scoping work Now, I'm going to give you some context around why we think that that scoping work is really important. So the SL1 area has the ability to provide for both residential and industrial land supply, short, medium and long term, but we're probably looking more towards that medium to long term. We're talking circa 10,000 houses at a density of around 35 per hectare, which would be in line with where government's going in terms of new land development. We're talking circa 100 hectares of industrial land potential. And in relation to that funding, we're talking about 500,000. And I'm aware that that's over the 3 areas as well. Now, the main reasons that we would seek to, it's called reinstate that 500, is we have an MOU with council. That MOU identifies that scoping work would be required, which we support, and we're expecting that will be done. We're more than happy to work side by side with council, the point of MOUs, to get that work done. There's a resolution from July last year committing council to actually doing that scoping work, and that would be supplied to you early 2023. So that's been and gone. We also are aware of tier 1 requirements for Hamilton, that they will complete a future development strategy to inform your 2024 LTP. Now that will replace future proof growth strategy. Now that will be a more detailed analysis of future land supply and development in the region, and that will be informed by work that would come out of a document like the scoping work. So we see it's important that we get onto that as soon as possible to inform documents like the FDS as an example. We're taking a holistic view essentially with our submission. It's a complex pathway to development, and I gave you an indicative pathway on that document that we circulated. Now that I've sort of broken it down into 3 phases there to make the point and sort of exhaust the realities of development. It's very complicated. It takes a long time, and if you delay or miss an opportunity or component of that pathway, it has the potential to sort of frustrate the end goal, which is to deliver housing, deliver employment land, and essentially help with the growth of a region in a city like Hamilton. So I'll leave it at that. Take any questions?
I do have a question in terms of you're asking for the scoping, which I understand. I guess you understand the constraints on the infrastructure in those areas and water supply, but you're not concerned about that at this point in time. You're just saying complete the scoping exercise so that we understand the issue. Is that what you're saying, or you're saying open it up for development and do it now?
Well, hopefully the I can't remember what page it was on the document I provided, but scoping is one small part of that long process, and working with council's pathway, scoping would need to be done to inform the questions that you've just asked. Infrastructure provision. There's a very long list. We don't have time to go through it all today, but scoping is one of the very first steps of the pathway. So MOU, before we do a PDA, for instance, with council, we need to understand collectively with council where a piece of land may sit and how that may be informed by national direction.
Okay.
Highly productive land is an example.
So as the first step in the process, I'm just trying to be clear because there's a lot of detail in your submission. The first step that you're asking for us today is that in 2023-24, this financial year, in other words, the work required for the wastewater capacity and the scoping exercises gets completed.
The scoping work, whether that includes the detail around that capacity, that will probably be at a very high level, I'm assuming. Yeah.
So just the broad scoping exercise to be completed within the next financial year is the main ask. Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
So, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, thanks, Fraser. Would there be any benefit in some of that 500 being available, not all of it, but, some of it, half of it, 300. Would there be any benefit in that, or is it an all or nothing situation?
Well, I'll be speaking on behalf of the WA very soon. So I would hope, the whole of it should be available. And you've got R2 in there who I don't speak for, but I would hope there would be enough in there to equally proportion across the three. And if there was any balance, then there's so be it.
Right, because it's not a big amount spread across the three areas. Yeah. Second question: the future development strategy work, which is new, isn't it? That's
came in the latest MPS legislation.
Yeah. So are you saying that if the funding's not made available, then when we come to the LTP next year, we may not be in a position to make the decisions that we need, or we won't have all the information, or?
Well, speaking on behalf of my clients, we want the council to be informed as best as possible. So the more information that you have, which is scoping, the better. Yeah. So there's a private component to all of this, but again, I come back to the council process that we've signed up to follow.
Thank you. Thanks.
Kia ora. So I understand you want that money put back in. And just a question, I guess, in regards to that, there are some discussions around affordable housing. Would you be happy with, if that money was put back in, for some of it to be used to look at those issues in regards to the land you're talking about and other areas in the city?
I guess it's in relation to the three growth areas. So if there was an element that could be used to, inform densities that would be in relation to what the city felt was deemed affordable, and then that could inform what you call a housing and business assessment, which the city will be a part of, which is the economic data that informs future growth, strategies. Yep. So yes, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Hamilton.
Paula, just a few questions. Thanks, Fraser. Hey, your take on council's position now, essentially saying we've got enough capacity with the MDRS infill, we've got enough capacity with remaining greenfield allocation for the next sort of 20 years. So is this really necessary at this time?
I think it is. I think you need to be taking we'll call it a 30-year view for the growth of the city. I was reading some old strategic boundary agreements on WA recently, and they were sort of indicating that Rotorua will be up and flying and Peacock's up and flying in 2015. So I think you need to account for what you don't know, and what we don't know in the city right now is our infill wastewater capacity is stretched. You're declining, the opportunity for people to develop right now, whereas maybe 5 years ago that wasn't. You'd be like, we've got heaps of capacity. So I'm looking at it holistically, and I'm looking at we come back to affordability, providing multiple opportunities for Hamiltonians to have an affordable house, not just in R2, not just in WA, not just in SL1 or Peacock. So I think it's advantageous to have multiple options open at one time.
Thanks. And just in terms of industrial land, obviously we are definitely stretched in that space. Are the landowners, would they be willing to pivot more to industrial from residential, depending on the demand and the speed at which we could get either away?
Yeah, we had a meeting with all the owners last week, and Les Harris and Stride Property, which is Rogerson, just to be specific, are ones that are open to that, and that's more online and contiguous with your existing industrial on that over there. Yep.
Final question. What is the opportunity cost if we defer or delay the funding at this point in time?
I think you run the risk of missing those long-term opportunities that I'm seeking to deliver on my client's land through that slide that I presented. You've got a long process that we need to follow, and if we get delayed, on that process. I think that, we may miss key milestones like the FDS as an example.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
The bidder?
Fraser, if the council doesn't have the capacity in terms of staffing resources to do anything in the next 12 months, is there an option for external consultants funded by the developers to do part of the scoping study?
I'd need to talk to my clients around that. I think equally council has the opportunity, I would say, to fund consultants as they have done for many years where there is staff shortages. We'd be happy to work alongside and happy to come to some sort of arrangement, but ultimately to date this is a task that council has wanted to lead, rightfully so, which we support. So we're sort of taking the lead from council.
Questions on that one, but you can stay put, can't you? You're doing the next one as well.
Okay.
Are you? Is that right? So are we on, are we doing the Te Kōwhai one or the WA one?
What do you want, GD?
You've written across both, I wasn't sure. Are we doing you doing WA now or Te Kōwhai East?
You tell me. Well, we can do WA. We've got the
let's do WA.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to not confuse the issue, because I just got your name written across all three, so I wasn't quite sure which one you were speaking to.
Yep.
So, councillors, this is the submission on WA, and welcome back, Andrew. Good to see you here. And everyone, thank you very much. And over to you.
Okay. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of what I just said to you, but today we're here, right now, I'm here with two landowners from WA, Andrew and Lloyd. They represent circa 50% of WA. And again, I've circulated documents that are just indicating where that is. And on the back of that was a master plan as well that we've developed. This is a bit older, this bit of land. This has been we've been working with council. These guys have been working with council the last 18 years. They're ready to commence housing. We're talking around circa 1,000 houses that this piece of land could enable. It's largely contingent on a wastewater solution. There's a strategic boundary agreement to bring this in if and when the city is ready. And it's, again, largely contingent on that wastewater. Same again, we're seeking that scoping work be placed back in to the annual plan to support, obviously, for the same reasons, WA being further scoped to enable that to continue on in its development phase. Again, we have an MOU with council. Again, it reiterates that scoping work would be looked at and worked on to inform this council by early 2023. This is identified and future-proof currently, and again, we would like to, work on ensuring that makes it through to the FDS. So we are essentially seeking that funding be put back in to enable that work to continue. So I'm not going to go over what I just went over with you for SL1, but I will hand over to Andrew and Lloyd just to give you some comments from the landowner's perspective. Andrew, do you want to?
Kia ora, elected members, Mayor Paula, good to see you again. Staff, senior staff, good to see some diversity. Half of you are good mix there, that's very good. So big change from when I started, when I think everyone was a man. Not good enough. And advisors, it's great to see you all. WA started 18 years ago when Waikato District Council agreed to let that land go to the city. So from that point on, from 18 years ago, it's been in Hamilton City Council's court. There's no more negotiation required with Waikato District.
WA is the only area that's planned to come in from outside of Kirikiriroa for decades to come that is not flagged as highly productive land. So this piece of land is a small piece of land and it's not highly productive. There's been 2 resolutions passed by this council, one saying directly regarding WA, the first instructing staff to explore ways to fund planning and infrastructure to bring WA into Hamilton City Council. That was passed by you as a council, not this council, but past councils. It flows through. And a second resolution to enable housing development to commence. So those resolutions are sitting there on the books. As stage 1 of WA landowners, we are fully committed to affordable housing for WA. This is an ideal location in the city to bring affordable housing in. And there's a genuine willingness from myself and Lloyd, who are stage 1 landowners, to work with council to enable this to happen. The intersect WA, the road that comes in from Raglan into the city is very dangerous. There's no room for cyclists or pedestrians, none. The city comes in, the traffic comes into the city very fast at 80 kilometres an hour, straight down to 50. This subdivision includes the upgrading of the intersection at WA, which is a gateway to our city from that direction, and that'll slow the traffic right down before it gets into Dinsdale. It'll also enable pedestrian connections and cycling connections into Dinsdale and up into the Tills lookout area and the Tatua Arboretum. It connects this whole area through. WA is also on one corner of WA is where 2 bus routes are, the Raglan bus route plus the Orbiter in both directions is right there on the corner. So that's already there. So this just ticks a lot of boxes as far as responsible subdividing goes. So what I'm here for, elected members, is just to ask you please to the $500,000 that was committed to work with us on the MOU. So that was your and our MOU together, for you guys to fulfill your side of that MOU by putting the $500,000 back in the budget that got taken out of the budget. So it was in the budget, it's been taken out of the budget, and we're asking for it to go back into the budget so that this MOU, we can continue to work through to do this boundary adjustment. So thank you for your time. Good.
Gentlemen. This.
It was on, just don't touch it.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, members. My name is Lloyd Seeney, and I've lived in WA all my life. All the parts that need to be covered have been covered, so I'll just run down. I grew up in WA at the age of about 8, and Dad supplied the land for Melville Street to go up the top of Melville Street, and also the land for forming Tills Lookout. And we've been in the councils doing this since even before 2005, over 20 years it's been motioned. And all as I can actually say is I encourage the council to remain committed to the MOU and subsequently funding needed to complete the first stage of the boundary transfer process is all we can say, and hope you regard it and stick to it. Thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox, and then a couple of online.
Yeah, sure. Just a clarification. You talked about affordable housing. So I'm just wondering how you define that.
As is probably no secret, I finance a lot of affordable housing for KO in the city and Kanga Order. Affordable housing is housing, from my perspective, I know there's many ways you can interpret it, but where Kanga Order can build insulated, quiet homes that are close to services, and they would generally sell for probably $100,000 to $200,000 less than what they're normally apartments or duplexes. So generally with this type of housing, it's Kia Ora who are the ends owners, and then they release them out. I don't see how a first home buyer can buy a brand new home in the city. It's very difficult. But if they do, it is this type of housing, which is your duplex or your apartment housing on very small sections with good amenities close by.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, gentlemen, for your presentation. Would you agree that if we choose to put the 500,000 back in to enable us to fund our part of the MOU, that doesn't commit council to a particular time frame or providing infrastructure to any particular area? That has to be a funding decision at a later date?
Yep, I'd agree with that, but I'd agree that I'd point out to make those decisions, we need to be collectively informed as best as possible and as soon as possible.
Right.
So that's what we seek.
And subsequent question, if I could, and you're agreeing that by us funding it, we're not making a commitment to any time frame or placing an obligation on future councils to fund it?
No.
Thank you.
Sorry,
So is that
Councillor
my name?
Hamilton. Yeah, sorry, it was. Apologies.
Thanks. Question for WA. I guess, you know, we talk about affordable housing and we've had some conversations around it already this morning. The 10% of market price, frankly, isn't really affordable housing, as you sort of alluded to, Andrew. How receptive are you to tools like inclusionary zoning, to gifting of land to housing trusts, to affordable market rental solutions, to that whole integrated affordability piece in a meaningful way, rather than just selling a block of land to KO and saying you've done your bit?
I'm sure you know, Councillor Hamilton, that I did was instrumental in putting forward a housing trust for the city. I did apply for the job to chair that or to even be on that when I wasn't elected back in and I didn't get an interview. So it's not an area where I would be drawn into at this point when I did make myself available for this directly. So I think that's in your court, Councillor Hamilton, and this council's place and position to do what people like the Queenstown Lakes District Council did to bring affordable housing into the area by doing these deals on a case-by-case basis as things progressed. But it's in your court to drive this. It's not for me to offer up free land for that to happen at this stage.
I'll just add to that, Councillor Hamilton. I think that, again, through the process that we've agreed with council, there's an opportunity through PDAs, which would happen prior to, I think, land transfer, and then that could help inform subsequent plan changes. So when you've got greenfield land, it's untouched, so there's more opportunities. I'd say it's easier to look at opportunities to provide for different typologies, different land tenures through developments of master plans, etc. So a lot of that work could be done up front before land is transferred, again, agreed through PDA. So I think there's innovative ways for council to interact with greenfield land providers in the future on that topic.
Yeah, so just to close that out, I'm not sure if we're talking at cross purposes there, Andrew. You sound like you got a bit burnt by a previous process, but I guess my question is, are you open and receptive to those type of processes in terms of the integrated affordability spectrum, i.e. market rental, inclusionary zoning? There are other lands trust models. I'm just looking for a willingness to do something innovative rather than what we've traditionally done, which is just supply more private housing in the marketplace.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And I don't think there's any secret that I'm right of centre, but I have a heart for the vulnerable and a heart for social outcomes for our people. So yes, I certainly am open to that.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Brings us to the end of that submission. You're also presenting on to Fourth? I know. We've got Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for allowing those to go one after the other. It made sense to do that. So
I'd sent a very short PowerPoint. I wonder, is that possible that that comes on the screen or?
just bring it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, everybody. Just to briefly introduce myself, my name is G.D. Jones. I'm one of the principals of Council Holdings. That name may be familiar to you. We've worked in collaboration with Council and Rotokauri with the PDA on the Swale, and ultimately, hopefully, to deliver stage 1 there. We also do Lockerbie Estate in Morrinsville. Personally, one of the landowners in SL1, hence the bit of crossover with Fraser. We have a joint venture with Blue Haven Holdings, which is the largest, I believe the largest land developer in Papamoa, for a piece of land in Te Kowhai East. I speak on behalf of the CEO of Council, Nick Shafarik, and the CEO of Blue Haven, Nathan York, who sent their apologies as they couldn't be here today. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things to provide some context for the submission, which is largely the same as what Fraser has alluded to for WA and SL1, and I assume would be for R2. Ryan mentioned that the city's industrial supply is stretched. I would say that's an understatement. If you look on the screen, you'll see this is the previous HBA demand and supply equations that was done in 2021. I believe it's being updated at the moment. You'll see that for the industrial supply in the north of Hamilton, which is in this context defined as Te Rapa, the medium-term supply, which is the 3 to 10 year time horizon, the requirement is 177 hectares and the demand is shown as 99 hectares. I can tell you the demand is 177, supply is 99. I can tell you that supply is nowhere near 99 now. Realistically, it's probably in the 40 to 50 hectare range, which means that the city isn't catering for the industrial needs, at least in the north of the city. Now, I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination in statutory requirements, but it's my understanding that the city needs to provide growth in a balanced way. So you have plenty of industrial land in the east with Ruakura. You have the airport precinct coming on in the south. There's obviously a proposal for SL1 for some industrial in the west. But the north of the city is going to run out, and it's going to run out very fast, I would say in 3 years' time. So our proposal at Te Kowhai East, which comes from a development company that's probably done the most industrial land development in Auckland over the past 20 years, is a 200 hectare precinct of light industrial that is going to solve this problem for the council in the medium term. If I go to the next slide, please. You'll see this is a map of the northern area of the city. The purple shows existing industrial zoning areas, which is essentially Te Rapa and then North Cape Horatu. And the orange is residential or future residential areas. So you'll see that Te Kowhai East is very well located right at the Te Kowhai intersection. So from a freight movement transport network, the infrastructure is already built. In terms of looking at where else the city might solve this industrial shortfall in the north, there really isn't any other option. At least that is my opinion in terms of what could be serviced. If we go to the next slide, please. I would love to come back and do a proper workshop presentation on our framework, but this is a quick sketch of what we are proposing. Our main things with delivering quality industrial is plenty of green space. We would probably target 20% of green space so that it's a very livable area to work in. Public transport, so we've here designed a public transport hub that would fit perfectly, to my understanding, in the great work that Council's done with the Metro Transport Rapid Network. Strategically, this very much aligns with that. And the third thing is, if we go to the next slide, please, We design our roading network so that smaller blocks can be integrated into larger offerings. What we've seen in the past 3 or 4 years is that larger industrial operators haven't been able to come to Hamilton because the land hasn't been available. 2 examples here would be APL, big factory that's now in Hautapu, and the Sleepyhead factory in Hinawai. The longer rectangle one would represent the APL and the bigger one would represent Sleepyhead. That's a huge thing that the council's missing out on in terms of employment and GDP. If these types of businesses have to go elsewhere but could be located in the city, then that's going to bring a lot more jobs, a lot more employment, and also servicing for retail and commercial hubs like the base, for example. To me, it makes no sense for these big factories to be in places like Ohinawai and Hautapu when they could be on the fringe of the city, connected to public transport with cycling and walking systems already provided there, and with housing very close where people can ride the bus to work, bike to work, rather than have to travel interregionally in their cars for a whole suite of reasons. That makes more sense. So what we're asking for, if I go to the final slide, please. The difficulty that we have seen over the past years, the staff are clearly stretched. We have fantastic relationships through, as I said, with Rotokauri, with staff, but we need further input to take the scoping work we've already done to a fully detailed, effectively business case for a plan change. We've done already the scoping work that would be referred to in the MOU that exists with other areas, but we need to take that to the next level, in particular in 3 areas. We need to do detailed transport monitoring using the WRTM modelling system, and we would need staff's input at least in agreeing the scope of that work. We've also had discussions around water and wastewater solution with staff, and we need to take that to another level. And we would also like the staff, and of course, all of you, support in lobbying for future-proof FDS over the next 12 months. I don't believe that work costs a lot of money. The submission is about the 500K, but it's, from my point, it's not about the money, it's about the staff being available. I know they have a multitude of strategies and policies that kind of do my head in. It feels like alphabet soup with hugs, future-proof, FDS, NDS, RPS. We need to get kind of more in this project, at least to the state of delivery. And there's only so many people in the staff that have the expertise to provide and work with us on that information. So our request is we would be happy to fund it, but it's having the stuff be available to progress this is what our request of you all is. And I know they have hugely busy and time restrictive jobs. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Judy. Certainly put your case forward very well. What would be your green light period in terms of actually able to take on the likes of those industrial players should they signal interest in Hamilton? What sort of time frame would you, if we were successful in the funding and that sort of thing, in terms of advancing this work, how quickly could you turn the site on?
We believe we could turn it on effectively straight away. From a practical standpoint, it's the process that will take years, the boundary transfer, future-proof, a plan change. In that demand supply analysis, you can see it's the 3 to 10 year time frame where is the problem. So we would be targeting getting going if we had the full support from council in that probably realistically the 3 to 5 year time frame.
Okay, and you mentioned you're on the network there in terms of traffic logistics. Would there still be quite a bit of expense in terms of logistical road infrastructure investment?
There's still that transport modelling to answer that fully, but at a high level, there'd be an upgrade required of the State Highway 39 of about 500 metres of it to link into the interchange to get us going. And then in the longer term, we would want to be connecting into the Rotokauri arterial, minor arterial upgrade. That would probably be a key item for the latter half of our development, but probably not to get going as the initial transport advice we've had.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
the questions. Thank you. That was quite clear.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time in coming in to explain the detail. We appreciate that. Councillors, we are now on to Sanjay Joshi, who's on Zoom. I saw him there before, who's talking about Norton Mall. Good afternoon. Oh,
hello.
Yes, it is afternoon.
Good afternoon, respectable mayor, other councillors. I particularly thank Sarah Thompson, who recommended I do a submission and if possible, do a verbal submission. Now, this is about Norton, where I have been operating my pharmacy for last 27 years. And over the period of time, we have seen significant deterioration of law and order. And ordinary citizen is suffering. We see a lot of women walking inside the mall or rather any shop with a black eye. We see a lot of incidences of theft reported on the local Facebook page. The gang wars suddenly break out. And what is happening is that there is an extension of this general lawlessness in the retail shops. And after enduring several shoplifting episodes, ram raids almost on quarterly basis to different shops, and Norton Mall is in very difficult situation. Latest, what has broken the back of this camel is the latest straw on the back, where the Countdown supermarket has had enough of it, and they have decided to close down. Now, I have not received any official document to say that, but it is very well known. And why City Council should be concerned? Number one, it is a matter of inconvenience. A lot of people in Norton are from low socioeconomic background. Many of them don't have a car. Most of them don't have petrol to put in the car with the rising cost of living. Some of them are on mobile scooters, and that's why losing a supermarket is a big concern for the local population. And also, it talks about us as a city very badly. We have a very bad kind of now scenario where a supermarket is closing down mainly because of the crime, shoplifting, and so on. So what I'm requesting is that the City Council invites a meeting where local West Ward councillors, the mayor, the landlord of the Countdown building, and I, because I am the body corporate chairman, and the police head, if possible, MP from the area are invited for a meeting to find a solution. Does council find any interest in having this kind of discussion? Because I believe at least the West Ward councillors should be concerned about such a thing happening in their ward. Do I see any interest? Then I'll proceed with my suggestion. Does council think that it is their responsibility to either stop a city from closing down or at least find an alternative, the best possible alternative? Where does City Council see itself in this particular aspect of people of Norton? May I request West Side councillors to comment, followed by the mayor.
Thank you, Sanjay. We won't be commenting today because that's the part of the process where we listen to and understand the submissions of others. We will then, of course, have a period of debate, and then we will be able to respond to the questions that you have raised. But I will see, so I will see if there are any questions at the moment, but there don't appear to be any. I think your proposition was reasonably clear. So thank you for joining us today, and thank you for making it.
I have much more thing to talk about because I want to talk about the solution as well. I expected somebody to stand up, raise the hand, saying that yes, definitely it is our concern, but it doesn't seem to be an immediate knee-jerk. I mean, I don't expect that kind of thing, solution. but at least the step forward. What we need to ask the police head is to have a council, have a constable, a suitably equipped constable based in Norton Mall. This is the central place for not only the retailers, but for all the area, which is a very high needs area. And we can't deny that. At the moment, there is only a security guard who has no teeth. Legally, he can touch anybody, he can nab anybody, he can do any search for thefts. We require a constable who has those powers, and he should be there till the time the countdown or any substitute which comes in place of countdown is open. And maybe we may require more negotiation when we have a meeting, having all the people I enlisted having on a single kind of meeting. At the moment, even the civil defense employed by city council is nowhere enough. They are not there when there is an incident. They don't have any power to intervene, so they are of no use. So what I'm discussing now, and what should be the agenda of the meeting, and which should please be noted down. First thing, we have to assure the countdown that enough security in terms of police constable will be offered. Number two, even if they close supermarket, because there is small chance that it is not based on only law and order issue, very small chance, which I refuse to believe, because the other reason given out by them was building not being earthquake proof. Doesn't make sense, because I am part of the same building and I have not heard from anybody, neither from Earthquake Commission, not from council, that this building is not proof. So we require that. And even if they close, we need a replacement, maybe one step down, something like first choice. So that should be also on the agenda of the meeting. And if the premises need an upgrade, if the landlord of that particular place is in the meeting, he should commit to do that upgrade. If we require any external assistance, body corporate, and I am as a chairman, I can offer you that. For example, if the constable can't be in his car, he needs a room, we can offer him a well-furnished room with a microwave, refrigerator, a toilet next to it, and he can
Sanjay, just to allow time for some questions, I wonder if I can stop you there, because I think your submission is very clear and we do 100% understand what you're trying to ask us about, and we will get back to you on that. Can we pause there? Can we stop there and ask some questions of you? And because I know that.
Sure, yeah.
Councillor Taylor has a question. And just on the matter of the wider picture, just to make the point that we will be coming back to you with the requests that you've made of council. A number of the matters that you discussed there are not things that we can intervene with when they relate to a private business, but I know that you attended a public meeting, which I did, to discuss those wider issues around the Norton Mall, and that work will continue. All right, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Sanjay. And I think your suggestion of another meeting is a really good idea. What impact would a closure have of the supermarket on that whole mall, do you think?
As I said, it is more about the community. No doubt there'll be less foot traffic because of closure of the supermarket, but it's the community which will suffer most. Community needs it. Community doesn't have a good transport, and that's what should be the major concern. And if council can stop that, it will be a big achievement on the council's behalf for the local public.
Right. And have you approached the supermarket management about attending another meeting? Would they be willing to?
At the moment, I am only a body corporate chairman. I require somebody higher up, somebody like council, somebody like police to give some assurance that what they're asking for will be done. If it is not done, then my asking them doesn't make any sense, because they have made it very clear in their staff meeting, internal meeting, that there are two issues which really have bugged them. One is some upgrades inside their building, and second is the theft. So they have made it very clear why they are leaving. And any other retailer comes in its place will have the same problem. So it is in our interest to provide the public these particular initiatives, which are not done for the retail, which are done for the public. And that should be very clear.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. There are some things. Thank you. And there are some things, as I've noted, that we are unable to answer, but that you're welcome to approach Countdown directly for their responses. And I know that Tama Potaka is busily working on collating all those for those meetings at the Western Community Centre.
Well, unfortunately, I must tell you this, that he belongs to a different party than one which is in the government. So I don't expect him to be very successful.
With all respect, let's not go there. I'm just saying that there are a number of parties that are trying to gather information, and we're working with Neil Tolan quite closely from the Western Community Paper. So this won't be the last time we have this conversation, but thank you so much for talking with us today. We do appreciate that. Okay, we need to move on, councillors, unfortunately, because I'm going to run out of time. And we have Luana here. Good afternoon, Luana. I see you're speaking on the gardens largely. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time, and hello to everybody. I just thought I'd come along and give my thoughts on the entry fee into the gardens. I feel $20 is too expensive to come in from the get-go. I feel if you come in with a $20 charge, it's going to be coming in like a wrecking ball. I think it will be met with a lot of resistance and negativity, which will then stick. At the moment, Hamilton Gardens is all positivity. Everybody loves it. And you sort of, I think you want to sort of keep along those lines and not bring any negativity to them. Because once the damage is done, I feel you can't backpedal, or it will be very difficult to backpedal and get everybody sort of on board again. And you want people to keep coming to the gardens. Anything you charge at the moment is money in your pocket that you're not getting at the moment. And so that's a bonus. I feel that it would be beneficial to ease into it, start off small and affordable, so that people can adjust to the fact that you're now paying for something else on top of everything else, cost of living, expenses and whatnot, but that you're paying for something that was free. And I think people need to have some time to adjust their thinking around it. Just for the transition period, I think something like adults 18 and over $5, children 6 to 17 years old, say $2, children under 5 free. That's easy, straightforward, affordable, and because it's not that much, people I feel will be more understanding and receptive to paying, and then increase it in increments after the dust has settled and everyone sort of like wrap their head around having to pay. I understand that Hamilton residents would be free entry, and I think the outskirts or the fringe suburbs and areas like Tamahere and Matangi should be included in that, because although they're not sort of like Hamilton per se. You know, most people come into Hamilton, work in Hamilton, spend in Hamilton. So for all intents and purposes, I feel they would be Hamiltonians. And I feel that free admission would be, should be extended to those people as well. I think that's all.
Thank you. Thank you. I found your submission very straightforward, and you gave us a clear alternative to discuss in our debate. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming along and giving us your thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
I've read your submission. I couldn't quite identify, do you live in Hamilton or do you live just outside of Hamilton?
I live in Hamilton, but I used to live in Tamahiri.
Cool. Well, as someone who lives in Hamilton, thank you for your ongoing contribution to the gardens, because as a ratepayer, you help fund the tens of millions of dollars that this council spends on the garden. For those who don't make a contribution to the theme garden, and we're talking tens of millions of dollars and the desire to keep building, why would you want them to be able to access for free something that a Hamilton ratepayer, and whether you're renting or whether you own, you're a ratepayer, you make a significant contribution. Why would they not have to pay?
Because I think if anyone comes to stay with them, they would take them to the gardens. You know, it's a very well-known place, and I think if you charge a lot or charge them, they're not going to bring their visitors, or they're not going to recommend it. And I just feel like it probably wouldn't be beneficial. So if you include them for being free, then, you know, they'll bring other people who can then pay.
Thank you. One further question, if I could. As a Hamilton ratepayer, if we choose to drop the price to your recommended figure, are you as a ratepayer happy that we charge you more on your rates to cover the funding gap? So would you be happy that we charge you more to fund the free entry of those people?
I rent, so I don't.
But you pay rent. You pay rates through your rent.
Right, but I don't know what people's rates are. So if it's not that much, I think I would look at the bigger picture.
Right. Okay.
Because the Hamilton Gardens is all just positivity, and you know, like, you don't want anything negative to be attached to it, because then it's sort of like people are just like, oh, well, no, we'll go somewhere else.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Appreciate you both writing in and coming in to speak with us. It's always helpful.
Very scary, but thank you.
Hopefully we weren't too terrifying.
Sorry?
Hopefully we weren't too terrifying.
Oh, no, but it's just the whole speaking in front of people.
Yeah, I know, and that's why we really do appreciate it when people do put themselves out to do that.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. You have. Now we have Tony Dixon, please. Yes, I've got that right, yeah. Good afternoon, Tony.
Good afternoon. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak again to an annual review. I'm Tony Dixon. I'm speaking as an individual, although I will say that I'm a member of the National Committee concerned with wireless safety, and I'm in the process of forming a Safer Tech NZ branch in Hamilton. But speaking to the annual review, it's the same old, same old. We're running at the deficit once again in the fourth year of the long-term plan, which has always said after 4 years we'll be into profit. And again, I think this is the fourth time we're still not into that profit. Please don't blame inflation and higher interest rates for this situation. Your proposed solutions, as before, increase rates to help cover the operating deficit. We're sick of increases in rates, and the rates are never the same as what was predicted. Mine went up 27% last year when you said it would be about 9%. The other option is to fiddle with the costing of small minor projects. Begs the question, why was that costing not reviewed sufficiently in the first place? Other option, postpone proposed projects. That only defers costs, and I think the pipe work at Rototuna, which is coming up now, was deferred, 3 or 4 years ago. And the fourth thing you do is to hide away your pet projects so that no consultation is involved, thus secreting away the costs to ratepayers of projects based often on an ideology to benefit a small minority of the community. I'll come back to that in a few minutes. But going down the annual review, if we look at the gardens, why would anyone pay to visit our gardens? And how do you distinguish between a Hamilton resident and a visitor from out of town, or for that matter, someone who's 16 years of age? A serious gardener, on seeing the state of our curbside shrubberies, would have second thoughts about paying to visit a garden tended by the same council's workers. But getting back onto my real reason for being here, it's time to expose the pet projects that were kept out of public consultation and question their benefits. In particular, the costs earmarked for the likes of cycleways, micromobility, Eastern Pathways, and the so-called low-cost, low-risk plans. These amount to over $16 million in the current year. Closing some streets to traffic, putting judder bars, humps in our roadways to slow traffic is giving everyone the hump and is simply creating inconvenience and discomfort. I hear that ambulance drivers complain about the noise from patients as they traverse these humps. This has been tried overseas and found wanting. We don't need them. It is causing traffic problems and considerable savings can be made. This is where you can slash costs. The Clawden Bridge is a fine example at a cost of $960,000, which had not even been considered in the long-term plan or the annual plan. A cycleway was introduced. I really see any cyclist using it, and I know cyclists who avoid it on their way to work. When will you ever learn? Also, the introduction of surveillance cameras all over the city is an unnecessary cost unless you have a sinister plan that we don't know about. Not only are they an affront to our privacy, but with the technology used, they are a concern to our health. The introduction of 5G radiation to our streets is known to cause health issues, of which you should be well aware. Courts overseas are demanding the removal of this technology on the grounds of health, and EHS at electro-hypersensitivity, which affects at least 3% of the population, is being described now as a disability. And you may well have to satisfy laws concerning disablement, as well as current statutes in Local Government Act and the Health Act. You have the responsibility to Hamiltonians for their well-being, and failure to perform the duty of care will result in presenting you with a massive case of personal liability. That's me finished. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Nice to see you again. I think we've met a few occasions, including when you ran for council a few times.
We're both getting older. Yeah.
Yeah, we are. Look, I'm a little confused because on one hand, the narrative was we need to learn to live within our budget and stop our spending spree. But then on the other hand, when we take an initiative like charging for the theme gardens, you reject that as well. So are you saying that you would be happy to pay more in your rates to cover the cost of the gardens? Or are you saying you want us to shut the gardens? Just so I can get clear.
Yeah. I mean, you were landed with the gardens, or you took over the gardens.
And it's a huge economic enabler. Thousands of people visit.
Yeah. And I haven't visited the gardens for a long time, and I just get tired. I can't get round them all. Right. And people who go there are quite often get sick of it. I stand there and people walk into a garden and say, "Oh, not another one." Right. And people are tired of them. And I can't see why you need to keep expanding and expanding. Right. Just stop that and don't throw as much money into it as you are. Yeah, admittedly, we should pay for it. Like cities overseas, anywhere, will pay for their gardens. We pay for the gardens down by the lake, which are actually quite well kept and quite good, and other gardens around town. Why this should be a particularly special one that people need to pay for is it's just a source of income for you. But I pay my rates, well, unwillingly, but not to meet the cost of running a city, not to be part of a commercial venture that wants to make a profit.
Thank you.
Time at this point, but thank you very much for your interest in council and your regular submitter, and you always take time to speak to your points, which we appreciate. And you know how the process goes. We'll get back to you in due course.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And we need to move a little bit through because we're already quite late, and I thank you to those people waiting for your forbearance, but you know, democracy sometimes takes time. And we're now with you, Carolyn.
Tātou katoa, look, ko Carolyn Hooper tōku no Ngāti Wairere. There's two of us who have māngai for Ngāti Wairere, roto e Kirikiriroa. That's myself and Eric Penny. And mine is simple. Mine is like the low-lying fruit people. This is not painful. And it's simply no charge at the Hamilton Gardens. So as mana whenua, one of the things that was raised, we had a hui aiwi last night. I put out a survey about 3 weeks ago. And the whānau are saying, if they don't live in Hamilton, does that mean that they can't access the gardens? Because there's every chance that some of our families are never going to be able to afford to do that again. Do we have sufficient amenities in Kirikiriroa that are free and are accessible because they're free? And so Ngāti Wairere are quite simply saying, no, don't charge, not just don't charge for Wairere, but if you don't charge for us, don't charge for anybody. Simple. Thank you. Oh, no questions. Watching the screen. Of course you do.
Can you tell me what the city has spent on the Hamilton Gardens?
No, I wouldn't have a clue.
Should the city and the ratepayers, including people who rent, continue to fund the gardens?
It's a really interesting question because I heard you ask questions to Luana and I thought, oh, this is going to be good. Because one of the things that I thought was really if we want to talk about costs, and I talk about our position as mana whenua and whenua that we've lost here in the city, you know, do we then deserve to lose our right to have access to current amenities that are accessible because they're free? So I know that's the question, answering a question. And I do also understand the economics, as no doubt the rest of my whānau would. But at the end of the day, and I guess, I think Tony's Ngāti Wairere too, by the way, whānau. But at the end of the day, he raises a good point. They'll stop developing it.
Right. So, but the proposal is, in light of the fact that Hamilton ratepayers pay $5 million a year just to cover the OPEX and have paid tens of millions of dollars over the previous years to build the theme gardens, and they pay that through their rates. That's why they get access for free. What we're suggesting is those who don't make that contribution, who live outside, pay to use a facility. So if I use your narrative, are you saying that our pools should be free?
No.
Are you saying that entry to our stadiums should be free? Okay. So, and you are understanding that we're not saying go to the gardens, have a walk around in the open areas, that's free.
Yeah.
But just to go to the themed area, those outside rate-paying District of Hamilton would have to pay. And am I clear? You're still saying, despite all of what we've invested, you want that to be free. Okay.
Because if you made the decision to invest and it's turned out not to be a great investment, does that something that needs to come back onto mana whenua? A lot of Ngāti Wairere don't live in the city.
Right.
We live outside of the city, so we still potentially could end up having to pay when our feeling is that we should not need to.
Why?
Because we're mana whenua and we've sacrificed enough for the city.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in. Ngāti Wairere. We appreciate that perspective. Councillors, we're now on to Liam. Good morning. Good afternoon, Liam.
Hope you're all well.
Yeah, we're all well. You?
Yeah.
Good.
I want to talk about the cycling and mobility side. I know there's been a few discussions around saving money and budgeting, but yeah, you're doing a great job of how it is. But safety is probably my group and my business priority number one and should be yours. I first want to start by saying the infrastructure and the investment in our cycle lanes, off-road paths and safety is starting to take shape and becoming more safer cycling transport network. Please continue the work you are doing. It is really changing lives. It's saving people's time from taking detours and really doing it. Secondly, I know there have been many discussions around stopping speed humps and speed bumps. Now, these are used by disabled, elderly, youth, adults, children, because they do a couple of things. Yes, they slow people down, which is excellent coming up to an intersection or a roundabout or a school zone, but they are also used as a crossing. They are used to get wheelchairs, walkers, without going over that humpy, the curb or anything. So if we get rid of them, people won't go out. People will stay at home. And the one reason that people aren't following along and they are disagreeing with building them is because they don't follow the law, slow down to 25 k's an hour. That's it. These make our roads a lot safer. Without these, people will fear to leave their homes. and not enjoy life. So it is important to keep these and keep investing in cycleways, and just keep what you're doing. A couple of ideas is I've talked to many people about the annual plan, and they've come back saying along the river path from Puketi Bridge to Narawahia, there are no bathrooms, and from Puketi Bridge to Tamahiri and to the velodrome, between those areas, there are no bathrooms apart from going up to a central spot, which can be challenging with your disability. One more thing is footpath parking. This can be dangerous. It can be life-threatening for some people. Over the last 3 months, I've noticed people parking on the footpath. That's why I created my own campaign, dealing with other people and saying how issue it is to footpath in a wheelchair, walker, or a trike, and navigate around that vehicle can be dangerous with oncoming traffic and can get you seriously injured or even killed. Thank you. Please consider these.
You're always very thoughtful and reflective in the way you bring your presentations, and we appreciate that. It's pretty straightforward. We are tightish on time, so there's no questions for you, but we have listened and appreciate your efforts. That brings us to the last one before lunch, which is Lisa. Doesn't constrain you, Lisa? I know you're on Zoom, and I appreciate you waiting so patiently through the slight delay that we've had. So we're all ears.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Well, actually, I shall start by saying ni hao, kia ora, and hello. My name is Lisa Carlyon. I am the project manager of New Zealand Chinese Language Week. And thank you for the opportunity. We have put in our submission, and it's great to be able to just talk through that. So New Zealand Chinese Language Week, it's pretty much a firm fixture on the national calendar, and we are in our 9th year now. And every year it's sort of gaining in momentum, and that actually means it's gaining in reach, and it's getting through to all corners of New Zealand. So I wonder if I could just take this opportunity to show you a video. It's only about 3-4 minutes long. It's our video from last year's event, and it really gives you a good idea of the community spirit of the week and the whole sort of cultural richness and the sense of celebration as well. So please bear with me. I'll just share my screen, and hopefully I will nail this bit of technology. Okay, I'm obviously not doing a good job here.
Technical issues?
Yeah, technical issues. Anyway, hey, look, I'll just have to keep talking. So look, our video, we were really proud of it. It was the highlights of last year, and it really did just show everything that goes on. And I think the really important thing about New Zealand Chinese Language Week is that it's a community initiative. It's something that comes from the ground up. You know, it's not us as the project team dictating, but what we help to do is to help facilitate community events. We also provide resources, and this is actually where we're asking council to help us with a little bit of funding, not a great deal, but just a contribution. One of our big resources that is so well received is our trilingual book. I've got a copy here. I don't know if you can you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so it's in Chinese, it's in Te Reo, and it's in English. And we produce a different storybook every year, and we send a couple of copies out to all schools nationwide. So all schools in the Hamilton region, and all libraries as well. And really, this is where we would love some help with actually getting our book distributed. We'd like to extend distribution to preschools. And it's just a really lovely tool to celebrate different cultures. I mean, I know in Hamilton, the Chinese population is around 10,000. You've got a real sense of Chinese community there. There's the Golden Age Society, the Hamilton branch of the China Friendship Society. And you know, I think across New Zealand, this is a sector of society, an ethnic minority that's actually, you know, we're just embracing, and it's all so positive. And I think possibly I'm coming to a close here. Yeah, it's a huge project, and we would love your support.
Thank you very much. And can I start by saying thank you. You've sent me copies of the book in the past, and I've always appreciated those.
Yes, and we can do the same again this year.
Perfect, thank you. And in terms of your ask on your submission, are you aware that I have already agreed to the short video presentation, and that we have already said that we would be happy to get councillors doing a few activities?
Oh no, I haven't received that.
Oh, right. Well, I'll follow that up, because I thought that it was done several weeks ago. We are more than happy to present the short video, and I think that's been scheduled for me to do, subject to getting a little pre-lesson, and the 5 days, 5 phrases is something that I'm sure many of my colleagues would be more than happy to participate in. And we do have Sarah Thompson, who is actually much more fluent in Mandarin than I am.
Great. Great. So she might want to be one of our Chinese language superstars even this year.
Well, that would be very good, because, you know, like I say, she outshines me in terms of talent in that respect.
Oh, fantastic. Yes.
And we'll get back to you in terms of the 3,000. We don't have any budget for that at the moment, but did you apply for any of our events funding, or our single year events, or anything like that formally?
Not yet. I think it's your funding round is out. There's another funding round either coming up or just opened. Would that be?
Yeah, Kesh is nodding. She's on line too, so she may have a question or say something on that. Kesh.
Yeah, it was exactly my question. Lisa, hi. Have you applied or connected with Jovi around our Welcoming Communities Fund? Because it sounds like a good fit.
Yes, so I've got it on my schedule, and I have got a date on there. So I think it's either just opened or it's about to open. So so I've been sent the details of that. So yes, I can go into that.
So the community event fund has just opened, but there's another fund that specifically looks at cultural programs and the events that you've talked about.
Yes.
So I'd suggest that you do connect, if you haven't already, with staff around our Welcoming Communities Fund.
Lovely, I will do. Thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that you do. We will look through all that. You were very clear in your requests, which is very helpful, is always very helpful. So we will get back to you in due course. And I know that Kesh will reach out to you to make sure that you get the information you need in terms of the funding application, and I will get back to you within early next week to make sure that you've got the confirmation of my involvement.
Fantastic.
Is that okay?
That's perfect. Thank you so much for your
Thank
time
you.
and for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
See you. Bye.
All right, councillors, we are adjourned until 2 o'clock, which is just under 40 minutes. Please forgive the little cribbing of time, but I think we need. Yeah? the Rangatahi Hub, invitation to the announcement from the government about the fast track, which is an Is it climate? Might be.
And we do have Crystal available.
Free public. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll make a start. Thank you for your forbearance while we took a break for lunch. We have Crystal Hapuku in from StudyFit online with us, I believe. Crystal.
Yes, kia ora everybody. Thanks for inviting me along. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
We can hear you perfectly. Thank you. Off you go.
Okay, all right. Well, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, Crystal Hapuku aho. My name is Crystal Hapuku, and I've come here today to share my concern about Ulster Street. So I entered a submission because we work along Ulster Street on a project. So we are an education support services business. We work in schools, we work with teachers, children, and we write resources. And so in a project that we're working on currently based at Arran Court Motel, we serve the emergency housing community and offer education support to some of the tamariki who live along Ulster Street, who attend Whiti Ora Primary School, amongst other kura around the area. What's become very apparent to us is the hazard that Ulster Street is for these young children and the families that live there. The cars speed along the street. There isn't really a safe place to cross. We've got the crossing that is currently at, I think it's the boundary Ulster crossing, of which we do a walking school bus each Monday through Thursday across there. But actually the little points along the street are not very large. They're not very safe for the children. You can't really, as a family, if you are a family crossing the street, get everybody onto that little median. And the cars are whizzing by so fast that really it just puts people in a position that I think eventually there's going to be, sadly, a fatality along there if we don't do something about it. And I really wanted to bring that to your attention. I did also touch base on another avenue with the council on it. And it's just something we're constantly talking about, keeping our children safe along there. There are, to my knowledge, and I don't know the exact statistics, but as I understand, there's 800 plus children living in emergency housing now, and not all of those children live along Ulster Street, but there are also transitional housing whānau living along Ulster Street. And I suppose I'm just appealing to you as the council to put that top of mind when you're considering the infrastructure moving forward and the safety of those families, because yeah, I think we're in a position that something bad could really happen to a young person along there with the way the traffic is. And of course, that's the space that they play in and interact in. And a lot of those families use walking as their main mode of transport. So that's kind of it from me, but that's my concern.
Yeah, that's very straightforward. And we've got your written submission here. I know that you know there's another process that's working through in terms of the traffic safety in Ulster Street. So we will pursue that as well in that way.
Yes, That was espoused in the email that I got from one of the council members, and it had come through another channel because I'd obviously made or shared this concern. But I know that it's also something that Whitiora Primary School is very much aware of. Vanessa, who is the deputy principal there, explained to me that she was aware of a child that was hit by a car of recent. I'd also heard through the grapevine, and I don't know if this is accurate, that someone had lost their life along there. And so I think it's kind of a really urgent issue, and I know there's probably a whole lot of feasibility studies that need to occur, et cetera, but perhaps if those could be expedited so that we don't have any more injuries or fatalities.
Thank you. Very straightforward. Any questions, councillors? Don't see any. That means you've made your points very clearly. We appreciate you both writing in and also taking the time to speak to us personally. It really does help. So thank you very much.
Ngā mihi kia koutou. Thank you for the work that you do.
Which brings us now to Jeremy. Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Got here just in time.
That's very efficient.
Just got back from the hospital doing some work with Te Whatuora on art in the mental health space. So pleased that I got across the city in time. Awesome. Kia ora koutou. Thank you all for your time and consideration and providing space for a verbal submission as part of the annual plan process. I want to start by acknowledging the work that goes into this process by councillors and staff, and it's important to acknowledge this mahi alongside the careful consideration of understanding the broader social context, staying mindful of your long-term vision and strategic scope, and continuing to serve the well-being of kirikiriroa in your decision-making processes. Of course, as with all submissions from Creative Waikato, this submission is shared through an overarching strategic understanding of a vision that sees how arts, culture and creativity play an important and essential long-term part in a shared vision for a thriving and connected community. And as such, this submission comes with that framing in mind. We also want to acknowledge the ongoing work, volunteer time, care and passion that is always shared by the broader creative community of the city. Our venue spaces, places, events organisers, performers, artists, arts organisations, groups and more that proactively invest time, care, resource and passion into the core of what makes the city the place that it is. There is such rich potential in the continued development, support and championing of arts, culture and creativity, and we recognise the many contributors to enhance our creative sector more broadly in Kirikiriroa and the wider Waikato region. In specific reference to the plan, we have connected to a few points in the written submission, but want to particularly mention how good it is that there has been an ongoing commitment to community granting, events funding, the Creative Partnerships Fund and other community engagements that strengthen arts, culture and creative community as a core and essential component of contributor to community wellbeing. We know that at times like these things are more vital than ever. There is a need to continue to work towards our community experiencing social cohesion, and there is research that shows that arts, culture and creativity in its many and varied forms are essential contributors to this vision. We're also aware of the financial considerations that need to be addressed, but we also want to acknowledge that as a growing city with a vision for a vibrant community with lots to see and do, it is deeply important to continue to invest in key creative assets that help to shape the city and to build those things into long-term plans through long-term agreements rather than through contestable granting. As thinking and plans start to emerge through this process and into the next long-term plan, it would be great to see things continue to help solidify the growing reputation of Hamilton as a vibrant, creative and innovative city. This means things like long-term agreements with partner organisations in the creative sector who proactively contribute to the vision of the city, particularly those who create accessible arts activities in our communities, as these have direct and profound connections to well-being, livability, civic value and pride. This also means increasing long-term investment into key creative community infrastructure, like our core venues and theatres, to ensure that there are things for people to do and that there are places for people to create and tell stories, and that our sector can support broader ranging access and sustainability to programs that support community development, local creative experiences and a thriving cultural precinct. This also means to understand and invest in arts, culture and creative programs and initiatives that enhance our creative and cultural well-being, ensuring that all people here can have access to those opportunities, as this is proven to aid in times of recovery, in a vision for social inclusion and cohesion, for long-lasting collective and individual well-being, as well as contributing to local economies, mental health and civic identity. Encouraging more connection with arts, culture and creativity in the broader projects of council, looking for and outcomes that encourage sector growth alongside other local benefits. And we have seen more projects from the council recently that are highlighting local stories, and we want to support and encourage more of this, alongside working with the local creatives and organisations who are here to support further development in the local ecosystem, as well as finding ways to create opportunities to enhance our creative and cultural well-being with the skills of those people who live and work here. We know that these investments in the community have positive impacts and make strong contributions to all of the 5 central priorities, and they can also measurably contribute to our collective well-being, which is of course a core focus of local government. As you know, this activity is vital, and there's great potential in partnering with the community and serving as enablers to strengthen the awesome activity that already occurs through a profound range of community efforts. There continues to be great demand for community support as this connects people in various ways, and the move towards sustainable support in this area that focuses on community impact and engagement is vital. We look forward to working with Hamilton City Council in the development of the new long-term plan and to help guide the connection with arts, culture and creativity into the vision and scope of Kirikiriroa in the future. As Hamilton continues to grow, there is real and exciting potential here to shape the city into a real creative powerhouse in this country. In all honesty, the creativity that emerges here is world-class, and it has the potential to be a substantial future asset. We can see the future of this country and this city is in an experience economy. This is an economy built upon creative activities that drive connection and unique memory making. We could be an internationally recognised creative city with some sustained vision and investment. We can be a place where our communities are electrified with the sharing of stories, where people know that around every corner there is thriving creative activity that is accessible, diverse and connects people together, and that there are more opportunities for each of us to experience and engage in art in all its forms that helps us to rewire how we see the world. It empowers us to embrace change, to grow and adapt, to innovate and invent, to make us feel things deeply and to connect with the people around us. We can collectively create a future where Kirikiriroa is a cultural icon and a treasure for this country. A place where our tamariki and rangatahi can share in creative experiences that gave them voices, sharing stories that understood what it means to be here in this place and time. We'd also like to acknowledge the submission from Creative New Zealand in the annual plan and the support that they have provided for the mahi that goes on in the creative community here. Ngā mihi nui, thank you for your time.
Thank you for putting so much thought into your submission, as you always do, and then following it up with speaking to and ability to ask you some questions. So I'll see if there are any questions. Questions, councillors? Can I ask one to start then, just in terms of the specific request? There's a lot of general comments, but specific request of the annual plan. You've got we vital that we prioritise the inclusion of arts and creativity. If there was a way that that were to look in the short term with the annual plan as opposed to the long-term plan, yes, right? What would that be?
I think it's about investing in things that happen in our community already, and it's building upon the strengths. And so seeing immediate pathways for that being spaces like the Creative Communities Scheme, and being able to do anything if possible to extend that, because it's always oversubscribed, and the benefits that are achieved in broad ranging parts of the diverse community through that scheme are profound.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? No, there being none. Thank you very much for your time. Rushing back from the hospital. And now we come to our lucky last, Ian. And is Charlotte with you? No, just you today? Okay, thank you.
Be here today. I'm really pleased to be here. So I know there's been a lot of work behind the scenes and over the last week or so by staff. So really appreciate it, and councillors. For those of you who don't know, I'm the chairperson of Hamilton Arts Trust, and we run the Boone series of events. So we have the Street Art Festival, Boone After Dark, Boone Sculpture Trail, and Boone Tours is just about to launch, which we haven't told anyone about yet. But today I'm speaking about the Street Art Festival. We put in an application. So the background is we put an application for the Major Events Fund, and it was unsuccessful. So we understand why that's the case, and if I was on the panel too, I could probably see, the argument for it, because what we do at Boone doesn't map on too well with events, which is one of the reasons why I'm really pleased to be here today, because what we do map on is the economic future of the city and the annual plan. So we've produced around 80 works since 2015. Almost every work you'll walk past will be one of ours. And I like to think of it, well, if we're talking about budget terms, it's CapEx, it's not OpEx. We don't need to update any of those 80 artworks. They're there, they're invested in, and each year we get more. And each year our city is a little bit more vibrant. So we want to make the case that we should be funded via the annual plan, as opposed to the various grant schemes that are a bit more uncertain, and they don't allow us to have certainty in our funding streams. So the argument for it is that we don't really map onto any of the funding schemes you have because of the way that we operate. We're not really about hotel rooms or visitors. We're about the people of Hamilton and the workers, and everyone walked here today will have walked past one of our murals. Everyone's got the favourite mural. I mean, visitors may come here and they may get selfies in front of the Karelia on Victor on the River or in front of the library, but really we're for the people of Hamilton. And the things that we do are just not well captured in some of the criteria that are assessments. So it's actually really, I think we've ended up in quite a good place that I'm here to try and pitch for to be transferred to the annual plan funding. And I do acknowledge that this is actually, it is a bit of a privilege to be in this position, and it's a right that's got to be earned. It's not something that you can give out to all charitable organizations, but ones that have proved themselves to be part of the annual calendar that you don't want to lose, that you really do want to value, and ones which are so well aligned to where you want the city to be in the future of the city. I think then there's a good case to make exceptions to that rule, or to create a pathway for that to happen if that can be achieved. So that's partly why I'm here today. As it stands, we've got so much uncertainty over our funding that there might not be any more artworks. There's a real cost to producing these that is unavoidable. Imagine hiring a cherry picker for 10 sites over a weekend. You times that in, it's CapEx. There's no operating expenditure here. And so we've been hit by inflation just as much as other organizations as well. But we think that's the amount we're asking for is actually pretty reasonable, and it's pretty tight. There's nothing there that we couldn't already cut. In common with many charitable organizations, we've run that way. And then the other thing to bear in mind is, because we are, part of what we're doing with the artworks is trying to tell the story of the city in a different way. So we've got 80 artworks now, and what we've done is we've just launched Boone Tours. We know people wanted to hear the stories behind the artwork. We know they've not had the opportunity to do so. We don't even have QR codes on the artworks about what those are, because that's not able to be funded via the schemes. It's about an event, not the ongoing aspects to it. And so we're now in a position where we can launch tours for visitors, and we're going to roll those out through the FIFA event and provide something to do for the visitors who come here and to show the artworks we've already paid for, because they are assets to the city. And the more we get, the bigger the assets we are, and it's incredibly good value. And I think the other thing we've been able to do for the first time is, because we've created this other things have started to spin off. We now have an Indigenous art tour of the Indigenous art that we've produced in the city. So every festival, we always have Indigenous artists, and we always give someone their very first mural, because we like to keep the talent in Hamilton. And we don't want to import people from Wellington to tell our stories. And so one of the things that we're quite proud of is we've almost created a little economy of murals and mural artists who can survive in Hamilton because there is an income stream. And the council's so important in enabling that to happen. So I know we're also well integrated and valued with the council. We know our artworks are represented in a lot of the vision documents, the infrastructure acceleration plan, long-term plan, screensavers, and that's fantastic for us. It means that we've become aligned to you quite closely, and that you really see the value and the wider value in that we bring into the community. So that's one of the reasons why I'm quite pleased to be here. It's quite a circuitous route, but to get to the point where you can pitch an annual plan funding, and what still is quite modest funding, and I understand, it's difficult financially out there, but the value for those small amounts of funding is huge. If you imagine what it would cost at commercial rates, I mean, in 1 year, we painted the one on Victoria River, the Karearea, and the front of the library. Now, imagine if you'd have gone commercially to ask how much that would be. It would be probably more than you've paid us in multiple festivals. And we did 8 other walls that year. It's just incredibly good value because we use your money to leave an additional money too. So every dollar you give us, we turn into 2, 3, or 4. I think 1 year we've turned into 6, which is, and we're not even including things like my time or other people's time. That's just other cash donations or in kind. So I think I'll just sum up because I realize we've only got 3 minutes left and I'm just getting warmed up. So we've really enjoyed the support you've given us so far. It's incredibly valuable. And we know that you're a good partner organization, but this seems like just the next logical step because we've reached that next level. We've proved ourselves. There's even a mural on that wall of this building here that wouldn't have been there without us. And you too, and your foresight for funding it. So we're part of what we see the future of the city as being: city centre transformation plan, city centre living, making it safer, making it feel more vibrant, and making you be around. And for the amount that we're asking, we think that's really good value. So I think the long-term future might be in the long-term plan, but we're very happy to be in a position to pitch for the annual plan.
Ask some questions, so we've got a little bit of time. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. It was just on that last point I wanted to get clarity. Surely the LTP is where you want to be.
Yeah.
Because that would give you some certainty as to at least a 3-year period.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So I think our dream scenario would be to shift to a service level agreement. I mean, we do things beyond the murals to things like tag buster work for the council as well. Or we can do tours when FIFA come around. And that would allow us to plan for 3 years. One of the difficulties retaining talent, we pay people, we hope in that they don't get tempted elsewhere. Right. 3 years gives us security to keep the talent. And we're happy for any KPIs to be attached that as any other agreement between entities. That's fine. And we can discuss what those might be, but that will be our end goal. Yeah.
So really, annual plan is a stepping stone.
Yeah.
Get into sequence. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And thank you for coming in and highlighting the unique value that Boone and their assets bring in their festival to the city. You touched on this a little bit, but what would happen if you didn't receive the HCC funding this year, and how might that affect Boone and for following years?
I think the short term there would be no festival. So there would be no street art festival this year. So the city would lose 10 murals would be the substantive point. But the wider point would be, I suppose, the morale to the work that we're all doing. We've all got things we could be doing you know, and it's really the little bits of money keep us going. And the momentum's really important for things like this, and the signals it sends to the creative sector more generally. Hamilton's a place where you can, there is a creative industry, and there's small pots of money. So yeah, I don't want to be drawn on what I'm in over this year, but we will be doing some soul searching, I think.
Thank you.
The questions, we have all had quite a bit of discussion.
Yeah, I really
matter.
appreciate the background.
Yeah. So we will be, as you know, the process, we'll be debating it, but a number of councillors have been across the issue post the decision with the funding. So we are aware, and your submission was very helpful in adding some depth to that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, everyone, we're going to move into public excluded in just a second. So you and moves, and I'll second. Which, what? You want to do the round and open?
We have to.
Hang on. No, we're not going to chuck you out yet. We're just going to wait a little bit longer. So you want to discuss, what do you mean the round?
Following the discussion, do the section that you'd like in the...
Yeah, and so what gets done in submissions. Okay, apparently, so we will do this in an open and transparent way, which is understand what questions and concerns that you have arising from your reading of the written submissions and also the verbal submissions today that staff can help you with in the report for when we come to do the debate and decision making. So are there any matters that you need some support with? It's really important that you give staff as much direction. Yes, James, is that what you're looking for?
Absolutely, yes, please.
Okay. Jeff, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Southgate. The submission, we had submissions, I think 3 or 4 submissions related to that $500,000 for development for scoping for various, and there was a kind of suggestion at one point that they might be prepared to fund work, understanding that staff still needed to do the work, but they might. And I just wondered, is there any ability to staff to get together with the development community involved and see if there's any kind of compromise or anything we can?
We'll do a couple of things. Firstly, just be really clear on what council gets for the $500,000, just to remind everyone. And I think Leah took us through that in March when we looked at the budgets and that sort of stuff. But then I'll ask Leah's team to have a talk to the people that were in today and see what the prospects are for them to contribute to the work that's involved. So I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, thanks, Lance.
Okay,
that's cool.
We can't promise anything.
Oh, not expecting.
We may not
just thought it's just worth having another conversation maybe before 1st of June.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. The second thing was just the gardens, and others may say this anyway, but I'd be interested in what are the blurred lines there? What other options are available around that? John Dobson touched on the fact that there could be not everything was decided yet in terms of who would pay. That's my phone, sorry. You know, are there options such as the Waikatos and the Waipas of the world paying less than the 20, and you know, and then overseas tourists being thrashed with the cost, or people from around the country? I'm sure you'll present a range anyway.
So Leanne's doing that, and there'll be other questions around, you know, if you charge an average of $10 instead of an average of $20, what's the effect in the annual plan, and then what's the effect long term, because we've baked in revenue figures in the current 10-year plan, and all the knock-on effects, but also the options around the graduation of
Yes.
charging and that
Yes,
sort
I
of thing
guess
as
that's the
well.
word I was looking for
Yeah.
the whole time.
Yeah, something like
Graduation. Yeah. Thanks, Lance. Thanks, Ms. Southgate.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Just following on from that conversation around the growth, that fund, 500,000. There was also some discussion around whether some of that funding could be used for bringing forward work on inclusionary zoning, or that's at least a conversation we're having in the strategic growth meeting. And I wondered if that's something that could also be reflected on, if that there is some movement in that money and what it could be used for, if it was to come back. Yeah. And then I just had a question, I guess, well, a few. The Ulster Street work, which got mentioned just one of the last submissions, if there's anything, any information on the possibilities of funding that with projects that have been deferred in the capital program, and bringing that back in somehow or other with Kotahi funding. So just any information.
Yep, we can do that.
Yep. And then I was interested in the disability street audits, and I know that I think they were only asking for a portion of the money that goes to maybe footpath upgrades or to be used for those. And I just wondered if that was feasible or already happening, maybe. So just a question on that.
Yep.
And then I guess, and I'm sure we all are, like the concern around the gardens and mana whenua access, particularly, I guess, thinking, and Carolyn didn't mention it, but Te Parapara Garden and the significance of that site. So just wondering about our thinking on that, and if there's anything that could be worked through there to make that possible.
Yeah, I know Leanne's doing some thinking on that, so we'll include that.
Cool. And then lastly, the few of the cycling people mentioned parking work done to sort of enforcement, that's the one. Yeah, for people parking on footpaths and parking in cycleways. And if there's more revenue that could be generated through that, would that be helpful? That would be helpful. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. My request of staff is slightly fluid in the sense that I would like for everything that we put back in to have an ongoing model that would show either two options: the increase in the amount of rates we would have to add just to cover that quantum, and also whether or not anything we add back in could be in the form of a targeted rate, so that when we go back out to the community with an explanation for why we've spent more, that we are targeting the particular part of the city that is going to derive the benefit. So I'm assuming that would just be business as usual. You'll give us those options.
We'll also give you the costs of implementing a targeted rate as well.
Yeah, look, let me rephrase. I'm not wanting to get into an adversarial debate about what's...
Neither am I. I'm just saying we'll give you the total cost.
Sure. Yeah. I'm respectfully just saying I have a horrible feeling we're going to add all these things back in. And I'm just wanting a really clear platform to be able to say, well, we now have to add this to the rates bill, because, and maybe this is a question to the Chief Executive, you're now pretty confident that you have thrashed out every option of savings that you could have identified. So it would be unrealistic for us to ask you to find more savings.
It would be levels of service changes.
Thank you. So in which case, then the only other tool we have left in the arsenal is putting up the rates. So I'd really like to have a clear optics of that. Thank you.
Councillor Hutt.
Stop me if someone's already asked this. I just wrote a note about the
request for the gardens income to be ring fenced for the gardens. That was someone at the beginning of the day. Just wondering, was that something already planned, or is that something you can give a like?
Yeah, it was. So when we in the 10-year plan went through the $10, and then we had to consult and all that sort of stuff, which we've come back to. I actually remember Councillor McPherson at the time putting it through and actually being quite specific about where the money was going to be spent. So the answer is yes to your question, but we can probably give you the detail around that if you want to know the background to that.
Okay. And then just regarding, I guess, going off Councillor Anna's comments, the CCS Disability Action submission, I'd just be interested to know how many of those requests in that submission are already covered under the Disability Action Plan, and if we had any progress updates on them, because I know some of them are sort of annually and some of them are more frequent or less frequent. Is that doable?
Yeah, definitely.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Easton.
And thanks to colleagues prior, I'll give a nod to some of your points already mentioned as well. In terms of the gardens, there was a couple of comments from people about parking there, and Pippa in particular, who mentioned the use of people parking there to use the cycleway, and how much of a problem is that creating for us? Is it really an issue? Just, I guess, some understanding about that. Melissa also from Bike Waikato talked about the parking violation measures, and I know that we got kit and quite good cars and information about where they're parking and when that is. I don't know that we've had a lot of information about, or an update on how they're being used and in what way, and also where that revenue goes to. I think that's an interesting thing to think about. There's no doubt that you drive around the city and you see all manner of behaviours. George talked about our footpaths and the vegetation and stuff that's a problem there. I guess that's a level of service stuff that I wouldn't like to see lost, but a lot of that comes from potentially residents' vegetation going over, and that's what I observed in a lot of his photographs, was that it didn't indeed include a lot of council assets, but were belonging to residents. And so what kind of education or raising it as an issue with residents could be put together for that problem. Can I just go step back to the gardens? The potential was for 320,000, I think, in terms of additional income for an average $20 entry for non-Hamiltonians. My understanding is that that's only for a part of the year, because we haven't built the infrastructure to get them into the door yet.
That's right.
And having an understanding about the impact of that for a full year, is it actually double that, or what might that look like? So when we're having that conversation about options for entry, can we include not just the shortened period, but that fuller understanding and story as well?
Can I just say we'll do that, because the modelling actually shows the resistance factor, the drop off in visitation, then it builds. And then we've actually reflected that in the 10-year plan with revenue.
That would have been my expectation.
And then if you tinker with the amount that we're talking about, then that will affect revenue projections further out in the 10-year plan, notwithstanding the fact we're going to do a 10-year plan in the next year.
That's right. So we're not actually talking about $320,000 into the future. It's likely to be well more.
Yeah. So we'll give you that information.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And Boone, I'm really interested in finding a way to solve this year's gap in time for us to have a discussion in the long-term plan. So I know that we had a $60,000 unused portion, and that in general terms that gets scrapped and it becomes a whole new year. But I wonder what the opportunity might be to bring it into 23-24 from 22-23.
Yep.
Thank you. That's probably enough from me.
Thank you, Maxine. Councillor O'Leary, Deputy Mayor O'Leary, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks.
Habitual.
Support what everyone else has requested. And I'm sure that staff have picked this up, but in reading the submissions, I think that the link and the hook that I'm getting is that the main concern raised through those submissions in terms of the gardens entry fee isn't so much price as the concern of price as affecting tourism. So I just want to ask that we have that information brought back. I know we've had the Hallworth reports in the past and all sorts of things. So just the effect of pricing on tourism would be really great. I have to remember as I'm reading my notes. We haven't discussed this. What am I talking about? Oh, and then also, and possibly it is for an LTP, I'm not sure. If we can have some staff commentary and advice on the boundary issues in terms of those outside the city boundary and the impact of them not wanting to pay. There seems to be a variety of views through the submissions on how we would do that. So just staff's thinking on where they are up to in that space, if that's appropriate for annual plan. And then just, I guess, finally, James, I haven't quite finished reading all of the submissions that we received that weren't spoken to today. I'm pretty much 2/3 of the way there. If something else does really pop out at me, what if I email you? What, in terms of bringing information back for the report, what's sort of your deadline date?
It's hard to answer directly because it depends how sort of much work would be involved. But if you could get, certainly by the end of tomorrow would be great. If it's or end of the weekend, put it that way, would be great.
End of tomorrow would be cool. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good question. So that applies to everyone too. If you have anything from your written things that pops up, and you know what it's like, you sometimes get out of a meeting and go, oh, darn it, I should have said, I should have asked. So I've got Councillor Pike, and then I'm on to Councillor Hamilton.
Quite a few presenters made. Just wanting clarification around if that cut specifically is breaching our commitments to current contracts. So yeah, just wanting clarification around that, because that seemed to be a point that was raised.
There seemed to be a bit of murkiness in there between the 500,000 for WA and SL1 and that sort of thing, and the resourcing for that versus the 500,000 around the vacancy factor and those sorts of things.
Yeah.
So the vacancy factor isn't staff cuts; it's actually cutting the quantum we have for staff salary increases. So, so I think some people are probably a little bit confused about that. So, but we can bring back some further information on that.
Yeah.
There is another nuance which I'll bring up at the end. The living wage has actually gone up 10%, which is higher than what we thought. So we'll bring some information back around the effects on our lower paid staff.
Yeah, thank you. And just finally want to echo some of the other councillor comments made about wanting to see further options around weighting of Hamilton Garden charges and how we're going to manage this. And also reflecting on Mr. Dodson's comments on optics around our gardens capacity levels and the effects of perhaps the times when we're going above that and how that affects our maintenance costs.
Yep, we can include that.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, largely just following on from a couple of others. The growth aspect, I think Jeff touched on quite well, just some understanding of the nuance there. But I think also, I'm in the portfolio, but I think some clarity around, we talk about scoping exercise, but what does that mean in real terms? And how does that unlock the pathway in terms of the process for boundary change, for consenting, etc.? I think that would be helpful for certainly me and my colleagues just to understand clarity around that. I think if we could just break that down. And then just onto the gardens, Lance, you mentioned obviously with what we've put out, we've baked in a revenue target. I'd like to see us keep that option as cost neutral, but maybe we nuance how we charge out the ticketing. So for example, we'd heard some good feedback around whether we have a subsidised ticket for neighbouring councils. Marlena talked about how we might have zoning options for Friends of the Garden, and then largely maybe the lion's share sits on internationals. But I guess what I'm looking for is how do we keep the projected revenue gain with trying to keep all those parties happy, because I think there is a way we can nuance that. So I'd be interested in some options around that. And just finally, the other thing which I think gets really confused is people think, oh, we've got to charge for the gardens, it's been free all my life. And we're trying to separate this aspect of actually, I don't know, maybe it's 60, 70% of the gardens is still free. It's just this section which is enclosed, which is charged. And I don't think we're conveying that really well. And I think what would be really helpful is a visual, i.e. here's a drone picture of the gardens. Here's the only bit that you charge for, and this is why you charge for it, because of X investment, or this is the special X factor that you get by going in. I think we need to better define that, because I don't understand it. So I don't think our ratepayers probably have much clarity as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Councillor Naidoo-Rofe.
Thank you. Not too much to add, but I'll start where Ryan was just talking about in terms of communicating which part of the gardens would actually be charged entry for. And I'm wondering whether any thought has gone into calling it something, calling it an experience, or the way we're going to market it, whether it is a taste of the world or whatever it is, but actually labeling it an experience, so you're adding value to a proposition of the gardens. And on the topic of the gardens, I've heard people touch on the parking. I think the parking issue needs to be prioritized, and especially now with camper vans taking up a lot of the space of the parking that's existing. Really interested in what Pippa talked about in terms of the Glenview Club area. I'd be interested to know, how or the purpose, because she talked about, the previous council a long time ago having acquired the land as a way to future-proof the gardens. So just the connection between the two. She referred to a bridge, but was that area thought of to be future parking? Could it be a transport hub for the West or Peacock and linking to the garden in that way? Not sure. In regards to the neighboring councils and having to charge them, I think we need to be quite clear in what we have done to date, and that we are open to discussions with the neighboring councils. It's not just, this is what we're doing, whether you like it or not, but we're actually open to discussing ways in which the neighboring councils can contribute to the ticketing costs or maintenance costs. And Emma, I think, touched on the capacity topic, which I had questions around as well. And that relates back to parking and maintenance. I know our engagement focused a lot on, well, the gardens and then the Lido pool, but not much else. And so it was, to see in the feedback that quite a few people had commented on traffic calming measures. So I'd be I'd be quite keen to see just not the detail, but our total budget for the low cost, low risk program, just to have optics over that, to allow that discussion to happen. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of things just in terms of spoken submissions today, picking up on George Neville's comments around auditing hotspots and provided for a sort of more funded and targeted approach to footpath renewal in particular, what is already planned that may be running below the radar and what could be provided. So I'm not quite sure I know we do renewals footpaths, but yeah, but how that relates to identified hotspots from a disability perspective, that would be useful to me. I'm interested in the financial ramifications of two things in respect to the gardens and cost and benefit. Hannah talked about a community services card, if that was also a concession, something. So if we got, so
we'll give
some detail on that and what it looks like and what it does to the overall scheme of things. And in addition to that, the Friends of Hamilton Gardens is 500 members. What difference does that make? I can imagine it would be very small to include them in some kind of free concession quid pro quo on their volunteering services or something. I don't know.
And if you give them free entry, everybody would join up to the Hamilton Gardens.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's exactly what I want to find out, where the tipping point of that is.
I think I'll join.
I joined on the break.
Yeah. I think it's really important to answer the question, though. So to answer the question, I need that thing. Obviously, I liked the Locky Dockies. Most people were really allured to something that was potentially free for the ratepayers. I'm just wondering how that fits. We at some stage in the right place. James, who's doing what about that conversation, is really in terms of Ollie's comments around the transport centre and accessibility. I just put on record here, as I have already, that I'm interested in bringing back to elected members an update on the timing, the progress in the upgrade of the transport centre vis-a-vis this issue that he's talked about around accessibility, but also crime prevention, CPTED principles. Just want to know where that's at and if that's well enough resource to keep on track, basically. Ian, Jeremy, I wasn't quite sure what this specific ask was, but interested in understanding more what we're providing. I didn't quite get a sense of, yes, give us this much for this year or something. I wasn't quite sure. So
he gets a $90,000 grant on a 3-year grant.
Yeah, so just want to daylight some of that so I understand that.
He actually it was a bit buried, but he's actually looking for a service level agreement rather than having to apply for a grant.
Okay.
But I think he's probably going to aim for the 10-year plan for that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
so,
just wasn't entirely clear to me.
I think one of the other groups alluded to that too. So.
And Ian with Boone, obviously I imagine we're all interested in what is possible and where it's possible from to keep Boone on their feet. I think I get that feeling from colleagues I've spoken to, given that it doesn't properly fit. Sean, we've had this discussion. So how could it fit? I know it's an LTP discussion, but we've got this little hole at the moment, right? So I think we need to address how we might address that. In terms of some of the, and I'll come back to you with more, James, but in terms of the ones that I've read so far, and I already also have a few more to read, I would like to, lots of people said two things, as you accurately said in your opening, James. Some people said cut rates, cut levels of service to keep rates even lower. Some people were confused about the capital value rating versus what they actually saw in their rates increase versus the average. Some people were asking for more rates to tackle, instead of kicking the can down the road. So I guess that when we come to the LTP and we've debated things, we'll have that kind of modelling of a variety of rates options, as we usually do in the LTP, more than the annual plan. But, you know, when we went, oh, well, if it was a 9% rates increase, it would be this. If it was a 4%, it would be this. It's sort of in between. So we get an idea of when we play with levers, what the impact of the levers would be. That's me for now. That's not a lot, is it? It's quite a lot of work. So councillors, in respect to that, just please make sure that you email James probably about 10:52 p.m. because he's always working at that time. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. No, if you could give staff as much time as possible to think through what we want to know, then it's going to be most helpful.
Thanks. That's all fine. The only sort of caveat I would give is, I think according to the official timings for submitting the report, we have to submit the report sort of early next week. So I don't think much of this will be able to go in that initial report, but we can include it all as a sort of separate annex ahead of the 1st of June meeting.
Yeah, look, I hope so. And some of it may be already stuff that is in fact incorporated in the report, but needs to be highlighted in some fashion so we see it, right? Because there's a lot to read.
Happened in the past, hasn't it, that 2 or 3 days prior to the meeting, an email has been forwarded with an answer to all those questions and etc.
Is that what you're planning to do?
Is that the same? Okay.
Yep. We can give you some instalments if you like.
And thank you, everyone. Thank you again on, we haven't gone into public yet, so I just want to thank everyone again who's participated from our community. Clearly, we've valued your written submissions and your verbal submissions today. So thank you very much. And to my colleagues, thank you for your good questions. We're now going to move into public. Are we going to move? What? Resolve to receive that report. Okay, we've got a resolve to receive that verbal report. Also move. Councillor Casey Cox will second. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, carried. That's everything. Okay. Now, if we would be able to move into PX, that would be jolly good.
Yes, I have moved it.
You've moved it. I've seconded it, I think, but a bit early. All in favour? Okay.
Nothing wrong with being early.
So now we just wait because it takes us a few minutes to turn off the audio